Welcome to everybody for this April 7th, 2020 regular select board meeting. And welcome in joining us on GoToMeeting or on PCTV, via YouTube, social media. I'm Tim Wessel, the chair of the board. And I took the liberty of putting that in my name. I don't know if that's presumptuous, but I thought maybe people who aren't used to seeing the select board might find that helpful. So just a hint, maybe Liz and Ian, you might want to put in your titles. I wanted to ask Peter, do you know if this has been properly warned?
Yes, the meeting has been properly warned. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first action of the evening is to approve the minutes of both March 17th and March 23rd. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the minutes from March 17th and 23rd.
Thank you. Liz has moved to approve the minutes. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And that passes 4-0. We are absent one member today. Excuse me. Chair's remarks are very simple and straightforward. There is purportedly a Chinese expression. I have no idea where it comes from, but it is the saying that may you live in interesting times. And I think we can all admit that we currently live in a very interesting time, for better or worse, and we should continue to support our friends and neighbors and family however we can. And thank you once again for joining us. I'd like to just pass it over to our town manager, Peter, and let him make a few comments.
Thank you, Tim. Actually, I'll pass on general comments this evening. I'll have a lot to say in a couple of minutes about COVID-19. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'd also want to say that if for those of you who didn't join last time, we did have a special meeting last Thursday, which went fairly well. It was our first GoTo virtual meeting experience. We have someone in the background, our very steadfast assistant town manager, Patrick, and he is going to be muting and unmuting people as necessary. The board generally is going to stay unmuted unless they need to be muted personally to kind of keep the flow of information going on. But you'll see that as you join the meeting, or if you leave, depart and come back, your camera will be turned off by Patrick. That is to improve the bandwidth, to improve the people being able to see the ASL interpreters and hear us and see us clearly. And I will be opening it up to public participation, have that as a separate agenda item for anything that does not appear on the agenda. That's when you can make general comments or questions to the board. And then I'll do my best to, during each agenda item, I'm also going to open it up for public comments. Okay. Right now, I'd like to open it up for select board comments and or committee reports. Does anyone have anything to share? Any comments they'd like to make? I'm not sure there's been a lot of committee work since Thursday.
No, thank you.
Okay. Great. So the one thing I forgot to mention is that the chat window is open for your alerting me to the fact that you'd like to say anything, either during public participation or during one of our agenda items. And I happen to know that Millicent Cooley would like to step up and say a couple words about a very helpful program she's going to let us know about very soon. So Patrick, if you could help bring Millicent online, that would be wonderful. Millicent, can you hear me?
While he does that, I'd just like to advise Mary Elder that Patrick has struggled to turn your camera off. We're not sure why, but if you could do that for us, that'd be great. Thank you.
Hi, this is Millicent. I'm not sure. I tried to open up my camera, but I'm not sure if you want me to have that open or not, which is either way is fine. I'll just go ahead.
If you don't mind, I think it would be great to be able to see you, if it's okay.
Yeah, I just tried to click to show turn on camera, and it's sort of not responding very well.
The host probably has.
Maybe
Okay.
maybe Patrick, does Patrick need to allow my camera?
There.
I'm not sure, but
I am certainly trying, but I am unable to, so I just go ahead and proceed.
Okay. Hi, everybody. So we've recently formed a volunteer tech support team to help people during COVID-19, and the team is a partner to BAMA, Brattleboro Area Mutual Aid Group. Two or three of us are on the call so that we can help people with technical issues if called on during the meeting. And our hope is that, so the scope of that is only right now for this meeting for GoToMeeting access here and features. Well, the tech group is trying to help people with other issues broadly outside of this meeting. The way to call on us is to use the chat feature to use a chat feature to reach us. On the bottom, you should select the name of one of the people on the tech team. I'm going to give you those names in a minute. Don't select everyone. Just select it. And the people you can see to ask for help are me, Alan Baker. I saw Alan came in and then he left for a minute. He'll be signing in. He may be having trouble signing in. And then there's another person a third person who's going to be coming a little bit late, named Steve Morlock.
Steve West?
No, Steve Morlock. So the person, if you contact me, for example, it may be that somebody else responds to you and reaches out and tries to help you. We're all, the three of us, two or three of us are coordinating help in the background as a team. So that's how to request help. Let me know if there's any questions. Okay, Steve Morlock is online now. I see him. And Alan Baker was online, probably is back again. So any one of us can be contacted.
Thank you, Millicent. So just to repeat, that's Millicent, Steve Morlock, and Alan. Did you say Baker? Well, okay.
Alan Baker is correct.
Thank
yes.
you.
Yes,
the three
Alan.
of them are standing by. We are going to try it this time. Thanks, Millicent. Alan Baker. We're going to try it this time so that you can use the chat feature. I'm actually not sure that's the best way to go about it in the future, but it's absolutely fine to use that now. My fear is that if people don't do the direct message to one of the three of you, it'll start to clog things up when I'm trying to keep an eye on it for public participation in general. But let's see how it goes, because it's a whole brave new world we have here. So I'd like to also say, is there anyone else out there that would like to say anything currently during public participation? I don't see right now. There is a caller on the line, but I don't see anybody sending me a chat to sort of raise their hand, as you might call it. So Patrick, do you want to try to bring in a caller, or is there a way we can open that up and see if anybody needs to chat?
I wonder if at this point it would be appropriate
Patrick,
to
just
turn
let me
people's
know.
cameras on and allow them to like raise their hand, because some folks might not be as savvy with the chat box. getting some echoing on the audio as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that's part of what will happen if we start to turn everything on, I think. Plus, we will slow way down. I see our ASL interpreter is pixelating, at least on my end.
Well, we have a caller on chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, I see that Kurt is chiming in.
Tim,
me
I've
see.
opened the mic for the caller.
Great. Kurt, can you hear us? This is Tim. Kurt, do you have, are you hearing me? Okay, I'm not hearing Kurt. I don't know if anybody else is. Okay, Kurt is having trouble turning
The caller-
on his.
Tim, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm getting a text from Patrick saying that the caller is not Kurt. Kurt seemed to want to come on to speak online, and there is a separate caller. There's Kurt. Maybe we can take Kurt's comment and then try to bring up the caller.
Okay, standby caller. I feel like a talk radio host. Standby caller. We're going to take a GoToMeeting comment. Kurt, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. This is now the public participation?
Yes.
It is indeed.
Okay. I was wondering if, I'm not sure if this comes in as part of the RTM agenda, but I was wondering if there's some provision for people to follow up on the RTM votes with their powers of referendum and petition that are, in the charter. Because we're having a new way of conducting our meetings. The people need a new way of doing their checks and balances on the RTM. I wonder if that's being addressed somehow.
RTM is an item on our agenda tonight. You saw that?
We can bring it up in. Okay.
Okay, so if I can understand your question about that, it's about the process during RTM?
Not really. The charter provides for people to ask for a reconsideration. That is, that they can vote on something or revote something that's voted by the RTM if they don't like what the RTM says. And there's no way now to do that really without, petitions can't be done in public.
Well, RTM, by the way, is representative town meeting, just so everyone is clear on that. We have that, we're going to discuss what we're going to do about the representative town meeting and some of our options with that a little later. So I would suggest that I keep that question in my mind and we'll try to address it during that portion.
Okay.
Thank you. And I was unclear, Patrick, whether Gary Stroud is actually on the phone call or if he is watching through GoToMeeting.
Hi, Tim. So one of the things we're learning about GoToMeeting is if you log in via the web, for whatever reason, I don't have the ability to shut your camera off. And so those images remain. Maybe, further work will help us to find a way to fix that. But for tonight's meeting, I don't think I can affect that.
Okay.
We do have a
well, we're learning as we go. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. We do have a caller, and I believe you said earlier that the chat indicated the caller wished to speak.
No, I was assuming it was Gary but Gary says that he's watching, so it's not him. So I don't think we have a caller that wishes to speak. Okay,
I'm sorry, just a technical question since we're getting our sea legs here. I don't know if we would be able to know that a caller wishes to speak. I think the way we're going to have to find that out is for Patrick to open up the caller's mics and find out whether they want to speak under public participation. Sorry if that's cumbersome, but
yeah. Okay. So shall we do that if we still have a caller? I thought I heard someone. Okay, I think we're gonna move on.
Okay.
We are at item number 7, which is an encompassing COVID-19 update agenda item. We're gonna start with an overall update, RE time operation update with Peter.
Thank you, Tim. I'm not going to go as deep into the overall perspective about how town operations have changed during COVID-19, not as deep as I did last Thursday evening at the special meeting, because the tape of that meeting is available for people to view on BCTV, and much of what I described is available on the town's website in our daily updates and our timeline of actions. So I think that would be long and repetitive for people. What I intend to do is just say in a couple of sentences sort of the broad view of how town government is functioning in these times, and then provide an update of what's happened since Thursday. That broad perspective is that police and fire services are being provided 24/7 and supported as usual by the dispatch operations 24/7. But they are procedures for both departments have been modified to reflect the public health best practices, the necessity to protect both the first responders who are coming into contact with people who may have COVID-19 or have been exposed and be carrying COVID-19, and also in order to protect the public from the first responders as well, just the general precautions that are necessary to, since they can't maintain social distancing in all cases. In some cases, they can provide emergency services and maintain social distancing, but in many cases, it's necessary to have person-to-person contact. And so they're taking some special precautions, both with the equipment that they're using and with the procedures they're following. We'd just like the public to be aware of that. But if you have an emergency, call 911. Police and fire will be responding to provide emergency services, along with Rescue Inc. and other emergency providers. Our sort of intermediate layer of activity is in the field services that are provided by various members of the Department of Public Works team and the parks maintenance crews. So they are active, but practicing social distancing. They're mostly working as individuals rather than as crews these days. They'll go out, a single person on a single piece of equipment, and perform tasks that can be done by a single person that are intended to keep the community safe, both from a public health safety point of view and from a physical safety point of view. One of the important parts of that is, of course, we have the essential services of the water and sewer system that DPW needs to keep fully operational and is keeping fully operational. But we also, in the park system, in these times when we're needing to practice social distancing and be mostly just in our homes, it is important for people to get out, especially on days like the last couple of days when the weather is so much better. Get out and get some fresh air, get some exercise. And we are keeping the green spaces at the parks safe for that activity. People should know not to get on the equipment at the parks because we can't be keeping that sanitized all throughout the day. But we are keeping the green spaces safe so that people can come out and enjoy the parks and have that hopefully stress relief and a little bit of physical activity during the time when we are almost entirely staying at home. And the rest of town services are being provided almost entirely from our homes. So there's a wide variety of administrative support service that is the vast majority of which can continue as we provide it from computers in our remote workplaces in our homes. And then there are some other services, particularly in the recreation and the library areas of town service where much of that on a routine basis is provided person to person and in a physical setting. But both departments are finding lots of different ways in which to be able to keep services provided to the community and keep available to the community as a resource during these times when we can't have the library and the recreation facilities open to the public. So that's the broad view of how town government is functioning. And as I said on Thursday night, the vast majority of town employees are operating at or near their usual capacity in terms of the amount of work we're able to do in these unusual circumstances. There are some employees who are operating at a lower level of capacity compared to their normal, and just a very few, and I'll speak in just a moment about a particular situation, but just a very few town employees who are unable to perform services during this time. Before I talk about the one particular unit that's a good example of that situation that fortunately is rare but does exist in a few parts of town government, I wanted to just highlight a couple of items from today's update. The first is not particularly about town services, but is really important in the longer perspective for our community. We've been advised that in the early census returns, April 1st was the sort of official census day for people to identify where they lived on April 1st as part of the every 10 years federal census of population around the country. And we've been advised that compared to other parts of the state and other parts of the country, Windham County is coming in very slowly on that. And so we just want to put a reminder out, and I'll continue to remind in the daily update folks that I know we're all very distracted at these times, just coping with the current state of affairs, but it's important for folks to be responsive to the census. And if you find yourself in a situation where you, can't find your way to do that online, or maybe you don't have a way to connect and do that online, and you don't have the piece of paper that was mailed out to you, just be alert for when census takers contact for asking this information about our households. We want to all be responsive because we need a complete count of the population of Brattleboro and of Windham County for our area to benefit from the wide variety of programs, both the federal programs and the state programs that are population based. So for the whole next 10 years, the entitlement or the eligibility for certain kinds of aid to support activities here in our community is going to be based on our population compared to others. So we ask people to please be aware that it's important still to participate in the census. And I think I will leave it at that for update. Liz?
Tim?
It looks like. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I was a census taker 10 years ago. It's a very interesting process, but it's also very important. And I think now with the crisis that we are experiencing is a perfect example of why we need the census and why people need aid from the federal government. And so it's even more important and visually important now. Let's do it, and let's be counted, and let's get what we need from the federal government.
Thank you, Liz.
So,
Thanks, Peter.
thank you. Oh, it looked like Ian maybe has something before I move on into talking about the staffing.
No, I can wait till you're done, Peter. It's fine.
Okay. So next I want to talk about furloughs of town employees. And we've been becoming better aware of what the federal and state aid packages are going to provide for individual employees, as well as what they're going to require of the town. That is frankly still not completely rolled out, but we believe now it's fully enough rolled out that we understand the basics of how the program is going to work. Most importantly, we understand financially what an individual employee will be entitled to, and financially what the town will need to reimburse. And so without going too deep into the weeds, I want to just make clear something the select board is aware of and town employees are aware of, but the public may not be. It is common that public employers, that local governments and state governments are self-insured for unemployment insurance rather than purchasing insurance for that coverage. It means that on the occasions when we do have an unemployment insurance claim by a former town employee, they receive the benefit they're entitled to from the state of Vermont, and then the state of Vermont bills the town of Brattleboro dollar for dollar for that cost. That's a good way for us to approach this protection because it's not, unlike the many other types of town activities where we do purchase insurance because we will routinely, over the years have claims. We don't very often have unemployment claims. That almost exclusively happens in a situation where there's been an unfortunate parting of the ways, or where when it's more than one employee, it would most often happen during a very severe economic downturn. And so spending money year after year for insurance for a kind of coverage where we almost never have a claim is just not smart. And we budget a little bit of money each year. We don't usually expend that line item. This year, however, the addition of the better protections for employees who are going to collect unemployment insurance during this time, the increased benefit with the $600 per week that the federal government is adding to what someone will receive from the state of Vermont. We needed both to understand how that's going to work, and that it would in fact apply to self-insured employers as well as insured employers, that in fact town employees would be entitled to that additional benefit. And we'd need to understand whether or not the town was going to be obligated still to fully repay. In the instance where the town employees would not be receiving that benefit when so many other unemployed workers in our society would be receiving it, would cause us to be more reluctant to implement furloughs as a protection for the employees. And if the town were going to have to repay dollar for dollar like we usually do, then it actually financially would likely have been better for the town to simply keep paying employees, even those that are not able to provide services during this time. In fact, it has turned out that town employees will be entitled to the $600 federal contribution as a part of their weekly benefit, and that the town will, during this time, during the period of time of the special protections in place because of COVID-19, will only have to reimburse 50% rather than 100% of the benefits that will be provided to town employees. And the combination of those two things means that in certain circumstances where town employees are not going to remain actively employed and in service to the community during this time, that it is in the collective best interest of the employees and of the community and the taxpayers to have a limited number of furloughs. Our overall approach to this is to keep providing as much service as we possibly can during this time, and to limit the number of furloughs, but there may be some eventually within the general fund. Right now, we don't see a need for that. We don't see the level of activity of town employees or the financial circumstance requiring that. We did, however, determine earlier today that based on our now more complete understanding of how this is going to work, and based on the fact that the parking enforcement unit is fully shut down and has been for the last few weeks and will be for the foreseeable future, that it is appropriate, since the parking fund operates as a small business. It is an enterprise. In fact, in government accounting nomenclature, it's an enterprise fund. And the reason it's an enterprise fund, like our utilities fund, is because those operate with the fees for service, and in the case of the parking fund, also the fines that are paid, as the revenue source, like a business, based on sales, that support the cost of operating that particular service. So it's self-contained and it doesn't rely on taxes or any other support from the general fund. So in the parking fund, where revenue is now zero, and we expect it may remain that way for at least most of the rest of the fiscal year, if not all of it, we've done some early forecasting of where that may leave us at the end of the year, and we believe that it's likely that the parking fund will end the year in a deficit of greater than $100,000. The fund balance that we started the year with in the parking fund is greater than that. In fact, it was over $200,000. So we don't expect the fund to go into deficit and have to rely on a general fund subsidy. But we do expect that the operations of the parking fund will be in deficit for the year. That is even after we would not proceed with capital work, including the paving of the Preston lot in the springtime months. That's work that needs to be done. We believe it should be postponed, and when we get back to something resembling normal, we can make a determination about the right time to proceed and spend that money and make that improvement. But for now, with no additional capital investment in the parking activities, and by reducing the cost of staffing in the parking fund, we think we can contain that deficit there to something that's a bit north of $100,000. That involved, to get to that number, involved advising 3 employees this afternoon that effective Friday, they will go on furlough. We advised them, and I want to make sure that others are aware that they will continue to be covered by the town's health insurance program. They will have all of their other benefits stay whole. One of the important differences of a furlough versus a layoff, we much more commonly hear the terminology of layoffs. So a layoff means that a person actually separates from their employment. The benefits stop. All of the employee relationship ceases, and the employee is advised that it's possible that at some time in the future they may be invited back. That is not how it works with a furlough. A furlough is a temporary period of time, an explicitly temporary period of time, where the employer-employee relationship remains, but the employee is not paid any salary by the town, but rather is in an unpaid status. And based on that unpaid status, particularly now under the special rules related to COVID-19, the employee is entitled to collect unemployment compensation. And then we will bring these employees back to be the parking enforcement unit again when we reactivate that activity in the community. And our expectation is right now our sort of uninformed target is July 1st, simply because that's the beginning of the new fiscal year. So the paperwork that we will file together with these employees will show an expectation that they would return to active service on July 1st. Clearly, just how the situation evolves in the weeks ahead, that'll determine how we actually proceed that way. So I thought it was important that there be a good, complete explanation of how this is working, both for the town and for the employees, because of the magnitude of taking this step with these 3 employees. There is a 4th employee within the parking fund who actually originally was in the parks maintenance team, and so is going to go back to parks maintenance for this period of time. So that'll become a general fund expense. It'll help us to contain that deficit in the parking fund, and it'll help the parks maintenance folks in doing the important work that they're doing and keeping the green spaces safe and dealing with the increased maintenance that comes with this time of year. Are there any questions or any discussion you want to have around furlough before I wrap up?
Ian.
Yeah. Yeah, Tim, I've got a question. Peter, so my question sort of involves furlough and also a little bit about the town employees you were talking about before. Do all of the town employees have adequate equipment to be working remotely, who are working remotely? And if any of them don't, could they potentially be furloughed because of that?
So there are a variety of ways. I can't really give just one blanket answer to that. What I would say as part of sort of the larger picture is there are many employees who are staying either fully busy or nearly fully busy, doing either their normal work. In many cases, the administrative employees are doing their normal work, and then other employees are doing some things that are sort of more special project related or otherwise things that are important to the department in the bigger picture, but not things that wouldn't be part of their day-to-day activities if we were functioning normally. There are some employees that are operating at a relatively more reduced level of capacity, and it is that group that we'll be paying attention to and communicating with around some additional repurposing. We've done some of that already. The most significant is to actually, have this custodial employee from the parking fund become part of the parks team fully. But we've got a lot of other partial repurposing that's going on with employees who are doing tasks that are different from their normal tasks. And they're still important tasks as part of keeping town government as functional as possible during this time. But there are some positions that we think, if this goes on just for a few more weeks, then we don't anticipate necessarily that there would be more furloughs. But if this goes on for many weeks or a few more months, it's likely that there will come a time when a more substantial number of people are just not able to keep providing service remotely, and we would expect to see a higher number of furloughs. So we're going to need to just sort of go day by day and week by week on making those assessments. If you have a particular question about a level of activity in any particular department, the department heads are, in the meeting and able to be activated to participate, and can speak with more detail and less generality to what's happening in any particular functional area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think Daniel had a question too.
Yeah, I was wondering to what extent the HR director is supporting staff as they kind of navigate the unemployment system. I'm hearing from a lot of folks in the community right now, that it's not easy. The advice is to begin your application online, and then oftentimes you end up also having to get on the phone.
Yes.
And that's hard because they're experiencing huge numbers of calls right now.
Yes.
So just given that we have a HR director on board, like, are we going to support these staff as they move into their furlough?
Yes. In fact, earlier today, when we met with these employees on GoToMeeting to describe, what we're doing and why we're doing it and why it's only parking at this time, we want to make sure that employees were well aware of how this would personally affect them and their household, and also see how the decision is being made in the broader context of town government. The employees were, very understanding of that. We had a really good open conversation about it. And of course, they have some concerns as well about particularly the process, not so much ultimately what the benefits will be, but more the process. Sally Nix, our HR director, will be their full partner in this and was on the call. It was Sally and Patrick and I who met with the 3 employees on GoToMeeting. And we pledged at that moment, and it's a promise we intend to keep, that Sally will fully partner with them through this process. At any time that they need any assistance, Sally is going to provide that guidance to them and that assistance to them. And she has become the most knowledgeable person within our organization, as you would well expect, in the details of this sort of tricky business of not just getting into the unemployment process, but getting into it when so many other people are also getting into it during this COVID-19 period of special benefits.
Great, thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks,
and
Peter.
I want to say sincerely, if I might just add on that about Sally and about the importance of that role, and it could sound sarcastic or even a little snarky to people because of the context in which we created a HR director a couple of years ago, but it is completely sincere when I say thank you to the select board that supported that year and the recommendation to town meeting, and to town meeting and the community who understood the need for this position and supported the creation of it. It's not easy to create a brand new position and fund a brand new position, what that represents as a cost to the community. Having Sally on the team at this moment is enormously important to us as an organization, as an employer, and individually for each affected employee. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. And thanks for taking that little bit of a dive into the furlough situation, because I think it's important for people to understand that we, of course, have to balance taking care of our employees and meeting their needs with taking care of the taxpayers and the fiscal responsibilities we have as a town. So it sounds like so far so good with that type of stuff. I think the best thing to do in the general COVID-19 discussions we're having, we have three points to it, and I think I should take public comment sort of encompassing all three so that we don't slow the evening down too much. And just to make sure everybody's clear, we're discussing overall update, which just happened with Peter. We're going to now talk about representative town meeting concerning COVID-19 changes. And finally, we'll be talking about any potential additional town actions that we might want to take in relation to the coronavirus crisis. So with that, Peter, if you can proceed with some RTM update.
Yes. So first, I'll answer Kurt's question as best I can, which is that to the maximum degree possible, and that theme will come clearer as I offer some observations and some advice about RTM here in a moment. But to the maximum degree possible, what we want to follow is our normal processes. They are what is set out in the charter. They are, in other cases, statutorily driven. They're the practices we follow because the law requires it, because that's what protects everybody's rights to fair opportunity to participate and affect the decisions being made. And so we want to deviate from that to the smallest degree that we can. And that is why the original intent, when we had no idea what the magnitude of COVID-19 might be, was to, at this meeting this evening, April 7th, have the select board reissue a warning for town meeting. Those town meeting warnings have to be not less than 30 and not more than 40 days prior to when the meeting is actually held. So it was going to be issued tonight. It was going to be for Saturday, May 9th. That would be 32 days away. That would be perfect timing. And it lined up with, back to Kurt's comment, lined up with the latest that a meeting could be held in the normal sequence prior to the beginning of a new fiscal year, that would allow the full timeline opportunity for the different calendar events. There's a deadline for submitting a certain number of petitions and a deadline for holding the election if it's a revote on a matter because of a petition that gets filed, all those kinds of sort of appeals and revotes that might happen after a town meeting. May 9th was a date of significance to us in that regard, but it is not practical for us at this point. And so that's why it's not on your agenda this evening, to rewarn. We have no reasonable expectation we could hold a May 9th representative town meeting. So there's a couple of different things going on here. One is the continued consideration of how to properly hold a representative town meeting in as timely a manner as possible. And the other is how to, we've opened up some communication with state government around this. We have no answers yet, only questions, but how to adjust timelines and or processes as needed in order that everybody's rights still can be fully protected. And so that might mean that we get into July and we're continuing on some basis, approved by the state that allows us to continue to function, but doesn't involve implementing an approved FY21 budget if it gets to be that serious and we're that far along and we still can't come together for a representative town meeting. Or it might mean that there's, let's say, hypothetically now, I'm not speculating on this, but just for a different timeline, different perspective, maybe a representative town meeting can be held in June. So it's plenty of time to have an approved budget before July 1st comes and we actually start implementing that budget. But it doesn't allow that full window of time for the appeals. So maybe the full window of time for the appeals is allowed, but that takes us on into the new fiscal year. And if there are appeals and if there is a revote, we have to deal with the implications of that in terms of how we would implement the decision made by the people. So step by step, we're just going to have to be sensible about what is possible during these times and these circumstances, and pay particularly keen attention to if we make any adjustments outside of what is the normal process and the normal time frame for these things, that we don't do that in a manner that empowers some and disempowers others. And to that end, my strong advice to you, and I expect that you may hear some different suggestions from the community. And I think we should have a good full conversation around the possibilities of whether there's technology available that I'm not aware of. But we've done a fair amount of research at this point, and I'm not yet aware of a way in which we can use a format like this to hold a meeting where there are 140 voting participants and another dozen or more active participants. So if we think about how this works, it works well enough for us to do what we have to do, but we're having some challenges even with a meeting with 5 of you who are voting participants and only a small handful of others of us who are active participants who don't vote. The technology that we're aware of at this time simply doesn't allow fair play in terms of how the moderator would manage the fair sharing of time for who gets to speak among 140 or 150 people, and then practically how voting would occur among 140 people in this kind of a format, when state law requires that if we're using electronic format rather than in person, that votes need to be roll call votes. And if you think about the number of times during the course of a town meeting when there's relatively minor procedural votes, say nothing of the important substantive votes that occur, there's just dozens of times during the day when the body votes on things, and when that's a voice vote, it's an efficient process. Calling a roll call of 140 people dozens of times during the day, I think is not practical. So our goal is that we keep looking at the possibility that there might be some tool that could facilitate electronic town meeting if necessary, but that be an absolutely last resort. And that in the meantime, we be making plans for as soon as it is safe and practical to bring the group of folks together. It doesn't have to be, in the BAM's multipurpose room or in the BUHS gym. It can be in some other setting where we can even accomplish some social distancing still on the downside of the COVID-19 slope of the curve. There's all these things we just don't know enough about yet to say exactly how that might happen and exactly when that might happen. But we have been talking to folks who control venues in the community that might be more suitable space for this meeting to physically happen. And we've even at staff level kicked around the idea that town meeting is usually in a cold time of year, the end of the winter in March. But this year it's going to be in a warmer period of time, and if we all keep our fingers very well crossed that it doesn't rain, it may be possible to hold an outdoor town meeting under a tent someplace on green space that exists that the town controls. That would be a very unusual but a very proper public setting for this to come together in a way that would be safer for everyone from a public health perspective. So my 2 cents for tonight is please just hang in there with this, and let's not try to solve it faster than we have to, because there's terrific potential that we could actually end up sort of harming the democratic process in our eagerness to accomplish a representative town meeting.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah. Well, I'll refrain from making any comments about how I feel it could be a bit of a nightmare to try to move representative town meeting to an electronic format. For now, I'm sure we might talk about that in the future. What I would like to do is just say 2 things really quickly. One is to remind people that the chat feature is very handy, but just please use it to only let me know if you want to say something at the end of a agenda item or during public participation, not to actually express views, because with open meeting laws, we cannot log that the way we can basically the meeting. It's not an open meeting situation, even if you're chatting to everybody. Someday in the future, we might work that out, but it's just too complicated right now. And my other thing is that I'm going to go against exactly what I was advising earlier, and just change things up a little bit and go ahead and take a question, because Millicent had a question directly related to representative town meeting, and I'm kind of hoping it's something that we can answer quickly or address and then move on to the next item under the COVID-19. How do you feel about that, Peter? Okay. So Patrick, if you could bring up Millicent's audio.
He did. Thank you.
Oh, great.
Yeah, hi, thanks. So I thought that I read it at one point that the town was considering doing Australian ballot. And I don't know if you still are or not, but that prompts me to kind of say one thing that I really hope happens one way or another. I feel kind of strongly about it, that however we do this allows it allows all of the reps an opportunity to hear each other, because we learn a lot when we hear each other. That to be fully informed, about a democratic vote, we need to hear the responses of the other. And I know that this adds to the challenge that Peter was describing about, how do we do this? But that's a democratic principle I think that our whole thing rests on, and I feel that that's very important. To the side, I have, I'll send Peter or this and the select board, I have a private suggestion, but I don't know if it's a good one, but I will send that. I don't want to take up too much time here, but I just want to say that principle of hearing the differing opinions of our peers is really, really important to preserve.
Agreed.
Thank you.
May I speak to the Australian ballot piece? I'd like to just put that to rest for now. So,
Sure.
Millicent, thanks for that comment, because the special act of the legislature that the governor has signed that modifies the open meetings law in certain ways to allow these kinds of meetings that don't have a physical location just temporarily during COVID-19 also does allow for certain decisions that would normally be made in a collective face-to-face town meeting to be made by Australian ballot instead. And it's exactly that kind of, from just my own perspective and the advice I'm offering to the board, it's exactly that kind of a change that I worry about that would make it more expedient. We would potentially be able to stay on a faster timeline for these decisions to get made, although frankly, it also raises the question of how to safely hold an Australian ballot event during these times as well. But your point is exactly right about the importance for the 140 members of representative town meeting to be together, to share ideas, to collectively arrive at the place where they vote and make a decision and provide the direction to the town government. And that's exactly why I'm hoping that we'll go slowly towards how to solve these challenges and hold a town meeting this year, even if it means that we get into some pretty extraordinary timeframes.
Thank you. And I think Daniel had a question or comment.
Yeah. So the Vermont legislature is, moving towards remote electronic voting, right? And the House, I think, has probably a similar number of people to our town meeting. I'm assuming it's massively expensive and complicated, and it wouldn't be something we would want to do for one representative town meeting once. But is that a conversation that we could learn a bit more about from our local legislators, maybe?
Yes, absolutely. And from the folks who do the technical work up at the State House. Absolutely. There's a lot of things like that. I guess one other thing I'd like to make sure the community's aware of, I know the board's aware of this, but there's a lot of things like that we're exploring. And many of those things that we explore end up on the cutting room floor because we start finding out something more about it and we realize it doesn't work. But this is not, when I ask for us to move slowly together as a community towards how we can do this in a way that maintains a good democratic process, I'm not suggesting we just don't think about it for a while, but that we don't hurry to find a solution, that we find a really good solution that preserves the participation in the process. And you're quite right that the legislature is looking at that. I don't know where they are in their finding of solutions, but Particularly, yeah, the House of Representatives is about the same size as our representative town meeting. And if the solution they find is not unique to their needs and very expensive to implement, then maybe that would provide us a way forward.
I also wonder, they're doing it right because they need to do it for a certain number of things to vote on. We have like how many moments during the course of the day where we're voting? We have like 20 articles and sometimes multiple votes within those articles.
That's exactly right. So it might work and it might not work.
Yeah.
But we'll find out more about it.
Friendly amendment. Yeah.
What's that?
Well, just when you think about how RTM goes with friendly amendments and then back and forth between those, it's a little more complicated than the legislature in some ways. In other ways, not. So, but definitely something to look into. I'm going to go against my own advice again and just let everyone know that a couple of people expressed excitement about outdoor RTM representative town meetings.
Tim, Patrick texted me and asked if we could allow callers to see if they have a question while you're taking public comment.
Absolutely. I was, as I said earlier, I was trying to push everything COVID-19 really. If specifically someone has a representative town meeting, let's just go ahead and keep it open. Oh, wow. I'm getting interesting things happening on my screen. Patrick, are you able to connect us with someone on the phone?
So, Tim, their mics are now open. You might ask them if they have anything to say. If we hear crickets, then I'll shut down the mics.
Great. Well, anyone on the phone, you probably heard that, but if you didn't, we're just waiting to hear if you have anything to say, and if you don't, we'll just move on.
I just want to say thank you.
Great. Who's this?
This is Terry Carter.
Oh, hi, Terry.
Hi. I'm listening on my phone. I don't have the app to do it on my device, so that's what you're hearing. My little
Well, we're
device.
glad that you're able to listen and even talk to us. So this is all new for us as well. So thank you.
Well, this is very insightful. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great.
Thanks. I think unless there's anyone else on the phone that wanted to chime in, and I'm going to go ahead and maybe ask Patrick. I think Gary Stroud had something to say concerning RTM, I hope. Patrick, are you able to open Gary's microphone and/or camera?
His mic's open, and I've sent a camera request.
Okay. I think we might be able to hear you.
Well, as far as camera, that's probably 50-50, but can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, I guess in reply to what Tim was saying, when dealing with these different types of apps, I found Zoom very prominent because dealing with doctors and stuff, particular apps, as we know, aren't compatible with a lot of the technology some people may have, old or new. Getting used to that now, doing this, because this is something I don't know if we've ever done before. This is a first timer. Also with the outdoor event as well too. In consideration, what you had mentioned, that might be a good idea, but just the venues that hold a large capacity of people within the area, where people can get to as well, might be a consideration. I don't know if you want to put a vote out for that sometime later on also, Peter. And I guess last question, Daniel, I've been coming across, I don't know, are we still in effect that come across a few people who are being put out of their apartments? And also I was dealing with Green Mountain Power about this is only a 1 month time issue with the electric. After that, you have to go to your local areas that handle this, how it's being taken care of during this time now too.
Gary, I think I'm going to say that we can't really address your third question because I'm trying to keep it under our purview right now. We could certainly, if you want to send us an email, we're happy to follow up with you on either of those questions. But under your first two questions had to do with the representative town meeting. I'll just kick it off just by saying I'm personally familiar with both Zoom and GoToMeeting now, and I only trust Zoom about as far as I could throw it, which is about 1 foot. It's a lot of fun and it's more interactive and intuitive in my opinion, but it has some very well-known security issues that the legislature has recently discovered. And we are, just to reassure you, we are looking into alternatives that aren't outside. We have a couple of venues that have offered themselves. So I don't know if Peter wants to give us more info about that, but it's a little bit early for that.
Yeah, let's wait.
Up to you.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we'll be continuing to explore options. There's pros and cons to any site, and as we get a better handle on timing and when we're all going to be able to come out of our homes and be more together, it'll come clearer which site might be preferable.
Great, thank you. So I think we've wrapped up a little discussion of representative town meeting. It's still a little bit of a floating subject, and we're still waiting to see what's going to happen with when things get back to normal a little bit. But now I'd like to just move on to any potential additional town actions that the board would like to consider. If any of you have anything to discuss under that, now's the time. As you all know, the town has taken quite a few actions that are within our purview already. Town Manager Elwell has written a very excellent summary of, it's almost like a diary of day one forward of a lot of different actions that the town has taken in support of our citizens and everything. Anyway, I'm just talking to kind of let the board think about if they have any comments here. So I'll just be quiet and let you raise your hand or not. You know, it'd be great if the board just kind of chimes in verbally, just because I hear nothing but silence.
That's fine, Tim. Yeah, I really don't like being on mute the whole time. I feel like I can trust myself to not.
No, don't be on mute. I think you should be off.
You don't want to hear me like scratching my hair and my microphone and all that. So I just kind of wanted to like highlight again for the public some of the action that the town has already taken, and then kind of ask some questions about what might happen next in the wider world. So in the town's kind of position as somebody that has provided loans to local businesses, right? We have deferred payments on those loans, and we're deferring them. Peter, correct me when I get this wrong. We're deferring them for an uncertain amount of time, right?
Absolutely.
It's not like we're not saying 3 months. We're going to follow the lead of our folks that are getting those loans, or we're going to.
So we haven't explicitly talked about how to determine the endpoint. What we have explicitly talked about is not to artificially impose one.
Okay,
so
great.
As things start to move towards normal again, there'll be a determination the board will need to make with input from the folks who owe the loans and others in the business community and others in the broader community. Will help you make a good decision, but it'll be your decision to make when it becomes time to pay the loans back again.
Great. So I'm really proud that we did that. I think it's an example of what a creditor can do, right? We've said that we support the people that we are, providing these loans for, and we're going to be flexible enough right now to say, we know that now is not the time to be asking you to be making payments. And I think that within our town and within our state, you know, that's the kind of bar that we need to be aiming for. My mortgage is with some bank in Minnesota that doesn't care about me. And I'm lucky enough and privileged enough that I have the money right now to be able to make my payments. And for those of us that are able to advocate, you know, with our banks, I think we need to be pushing as a community to, you know, to be pushing our creditors to say, you know, let's take a break until such a time as we know where we're at. You know, and I'm proud that like the decision we made about not pursuing any utility shutoffs, and you know, Gary was kind of alluding to the decision across the board with public utilities, mostly you know, electric and gas companies, to not cut people off right now. But you know, everybody's bills are still piling on in the same way that, you know, those loan payments that we've deferred will still be paid later on. And so I just kind of, I wonder as a community what we can do about that. You know, I work at Sevka, you know, and we help people with electric disconnects, and we help people get fuel oil and propane. We don't really help people with back balances, you know, and people are going to have hefty back balances, you know, and it's going to pile on, and it's going to be hard for people to get out from under. So I don't have the answer, like whether this board needs to be, you know, looking at establishing a special fund for people to apply to, or whether there are other funds already in the community that can be, you know, flexed to turn into something that is appropriate. But I just want to kind of voice that, you know, the asking creditors to defer, you know, to allow you to defer your payments right now is like where I would like us to be as a community and standing together, right? Because we're all impacted, you know, and those of us that were in rocky situations already obviously are impacted more so, and have fewer resources. But at Sevka, you know, I'm learning from middle-class families that have never really had to like deal with our benefit system before. They're all of a sudden they're like, oh wait, how does this work? Oh, that doesn't seem fair. Oh, this is hard to navigate. And that's what a lot of folks are being kind of having their eyes open to right now. And I just want to kind of voice as a select board member that I want to be there for people, all of our people in Brattleboro, and do the best that we can to, you know, to support us through this time. So, you know, a lot of hot air really, but I want to just kind of keep the door open.
Liz?
So thank you, Tim. Thank you, Daniel. I am really, really heartened by the work that everyone in the community is doing. You know, Groundworks Collaborative and BDCC and the Chamber and the DBA and everyone, but also our legislative representatives, because they are helping everyone understand what the federal government benefits are and how they come through the state. And it's really a maze to understand what unemployment is and what the small business are. And I think the more that everyone gets a grip on that and understands it, then we can see where the cracks in the system are, that maybe Brattleboro can find a way to assist. But I'm not quite sure that we're there yet, but I agree that we should all be paying attention to see, you know, what's available and what might be missing.
Yeah, thank you, Liz and Daniel. And Ian?
Yeah, I'll join in for just a second. Yeah, I just want to echo the comments of the rest of the board. This is a very trying time to join the select board, but I am very heartened by all the work that's being done. And I think I would just like to take this moment just to encourage people to reach out to the select board members. You know, our contact information is right on the Brattleboro town website. We are here to represent you. So email us, call us, let us know what questions you have. We can direct you to the people who can answer it if we can't answer it ourselves. You know, you're not alone. And I know that this is an incredibly trying time for Vermonters across the state. So thank you.
Thank you all.
Can I double dip? Liz,
Sure.
Liz reminded me, you know, there's a need for data. I'd like to think that data is being gathered through the BDCC. I believe, you know, there were an effort to collect survey information about kind of impacts and the extent and numbers. You know, like as a board, like it's hard to imagine some kind of relief fund without having a sense of what the numbers look like in terms of need. You know, so you know, I had a conversation with a local small business person today, and they wanted to see the board step up in a, you know, in a kind of an aggressive way. And also, we don't know how much would be needed to fill that hole, right? And whether or not that's something that we can do, you know. And without the data, I really don't want to make decisions, you know, without data in front of me. So whatever we can do in this community to get that information will make me sleep. Well, I don't know if it'll make me sleep better, but I'll feel more informed.
Thank you. And I think I'll just chime in by saying, I think we have something coming up later on the agenda tonight that some of our landlords have their eye on. I'd like to take the opportunity to just say, I'm a landlord. I have 2 units that I own down on Frost Street, and on March 16th, 17th, what I did was reach out to my tenants and said, what's your situation? Because I know I still have not been able to get any feedback from the mortgage company getting any breaks on my end for paying my mortgage. However, I'm trying to do that, and also checking in with my tenants about what their situation is. And they're lucky, and I'm lucky that they're retaining their jobs that mostly work in essential services right now. So they said to me, thank you for asking. It's good for April, and we'll see about May. And so I'm going to have that conversation again in a couple of weeks. And every landlord out there should be having this conversation, because why would you want to lose your tenants? That's a terrible situation, to be empty for a few months and someone, you know, can't have a decent home to be safe in when they could actually need to be quarantined at any point. This is a very serious situation for everyone in our community, and everyone should do the right thing, and that includes landlords just pushing the pause button like we all have to do on so many things, and talk to your tenants about if they're able to make payments and work out a deal if they can't. So there was, I wanted to be able to bring in Stephanie Bonin to make some comments. She wasn't able to make the public participation portion, but this is very germane to this agenda item before we leave the COVID-19. So if Patrick could just bring Stephanie up, either audio, video, or both. She'd like to tell us about a nice thing that happened over this past weekend. Hi, Stephanie.
Patrick,
ready
are you
to go when you are.
Thank you. I have been tenacious for the downtown community needs, and that is the need of having cash in hand right now. So I hear everything that you guys are talking about and hear Elizabeth's comments on where the cracks are. And we are about 3 weeks into this, roughly, someone can correct me, and rent was due last week. Bills keep piling in, and the business community has no income coming in, just like many of our community downtown, whether it's residents, organizations, anyone. So with that in mind, we created the 48-hour gift card challenge this past weekend, which was from 10 a.m. on Friday to 10 a.m. on Sunday. And the before work, which is actually just as important, was getting the businesses up online to be able to sell gift cards online. And so we had, at final count, 41 businesses participating, and over half of those businesses, we got them online specifically for that challenge. And so that will continue to reap benefits from many more years, as long as they're open. And so the 48-hour gift card challenge was created. The idea was that we need to help our community hibernate until they're able to reopen. And even the restaurants who are doing takeout, who are probably seeing 20% of their sales, that's not called being open. So when I say hibernate, I include takeout business in that hibernation. And so the challenge was created so that they could have some money in hand to be able to close their doors, to be able to pay the bills that just keep on coming even when the doors are closed. So the kickoff was a $5,000 match. And we started it off and said, 48-hour challenge to support our community by buying gift certificates online. If you're able to, we invite you to do that now. And an extra incentive is a $5,000 match, so that every gift card that's purchased can then become another gift card, dollar for dollar, and go to a family in need. I was definitely expecting to spend a lot of my time pushing that message out there to the world. And in reality, the $5,000 match I called after 4 hours, and probably should have called it after 2 hours. And so that was extremely amazing that we were able to reach that number so quickly. And several hours later, I got a call from another community member who said, I really want to extend the match with another $5,000 match. So I, of course, was very shaky and excited and announced that, okay, we have extended the match for another $5,000. So that match was also met very quickly. And for the rest of the weekend, I had 3 more calls. So one call was for a $1,000 match, and that was a family that has a second home here. Another call was another $1,000 match that was also from a family who had started out their relationship with Brattleboro through the SIT Graduate Center, and then has continued to have a second home here. And their kids saw it online and said to their parents, I think you can extend this. And then the last call was another one of our community members who had never given in this big way and really wanted to give $1,000 and extend it. So I get to announce the heartwarming, incredible results of the 48 hours, and the impact in total, which means all of the gift certificates purchased and all of the matching money, means that from this challenge, $57,503 went directly into the hands of our community, both family in needs, and then also the business owners, which is, to me, exactly what they need right now.
That's wonderful.
Wow.
Yeah, that was it was a great result. I watched it live as it happened, and I actually had to wait until just before Sunday to buy a couple of gift certificates myself. And So I just wanted to also let people know that it's an ongoing thing, right? You've set up a really nice interactive webpage on brattleboro.com, not to be confused with brattleboro.org, which is the town site. So brattleboro.com takes you to the DBA's site. Am I right there, Stephanie?
Yeah, thank you.
And yeah, it's a great thing because that's what we need people to do if we want to come out of this with the same, hopefully close to the same town that we went into it with. We have to support people to go into hibernation, as Stephanie said, or make it over the gap, whatever metaphor you want to use. It's a great success story. Daniel wanted to say something.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Stephanie. It was really nice to see folks step up in this way, and I'm glad that funds are going to needy families. What I'm kind of curious about for somebody that works with needy families is how are you determining which families?
We're partnering with a organization that already gives food out to these families, and then they will be surprised with a gift card in their bag for
Which
probably
organization?
4 weeks. The Retreat Farm Pick a Pantry program. Pick up a pantry.
And how much in monetary value is going to these families?
Is
it like half of the 57?
13,000. I'm sorry, 13,000.
$13,000. And how is that being split up? Like, I don't want to be like the Debbie Downer on this thing because it was a great success, but like I'm also thinking about equity and wondering how this money gets kind of distributed.
Yep, $50 gift certificates.
Okay.
So each family gets a $50 gift certificate, and we partnered with an organization so that there isn't a choice. It's they're serving their population, and we are able to surprise them with a $50 gift certificate.
Okay. The $50 gift certificates are for where?
For everywhere that people chose to support.
I see. So if I got like $50 worth of books from everyone's books, then there's an equivalent gift certificate out there in the world.
Exactly.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Stephanie,
and if you $100 gift certificate, we would be purchasing 2 $50 gift certificates for your 100.
Stephanie, I just wondered, do you think you'll do it again another weekend?
I personally don't think so. I'm one of those people that I feel like momentum and energy and viral goes because of excitement, but I absolutely will tell you that we'll do something else.
Oh, very nice. Yeah.
And
I did some Christmas shopping and
thank you very much.
Now.
I should have said that the first thing is that, I put the emphasis on the donors because that was extremely not expected and overwhelming. And I'd say equally not expected and overwhelming was the dollars that were spent both from community members and out of state people, friends of friends. So yeah, thank you.
And when I bought my gift cards, I thought about Erin at Fish and Chips, and I thought about Nancy and the staff at Everyone's Books, and I thought about Corey at Patio Coffee. And, I'm going to go to those places anyway. And I'm also thinking about these folks as, these are people in our community and they're having a hard time right now. It's interesting, as a kind of like a redistribution of wealth, right? Like somebody has $5,000 that they can let go of. Most of us don't. And so I would encourage people in the community who do have that kind of cash lying around that are ready to redistribute it to not wait for some other moment. There are plenty of people out in the community who have needs right now that can be met, and there are organizations, as you point out, doing that work. I work for one of them. So
yeah, and I also want your comments about a new population coming to you in your work is like that to me is so one of the things that I've been really continued to put my voice to is that, you know, all the people that are applying for unemployment and all the people that are applying for help with food, there is a huge portion of that who have never done this before and never asked for help before. And I think that we as a community are also saying it's okay to ask for help, and we're having to change our identity around that. And I what you said, I think there is going to be something that comes out of that, because we will have a lot more lived experiences in our community, that's for sure.
Yes.
Well, thank you all. And thank you, Stephanie, for the update. Great to hear. I
Yay.
think we don't have anybody contacting me via chat, or, well, we might want to just try. I bet you Patrick's going to want me to try. I don't know if we have anybody else on the phone. I don't think we do, actually, if I'm reading my info correctly. So I'm going to go ahead and have us move on. Oh. Sorry, I thought I heard somebody. But I'm going to move on to new business, which is going to feel a lot more like regular old select board business to people, which is kind of nice, because we've been talking a lot about stuff that is very strange to us. Let's move on to new business, and our first topic of conversation is going to be a grant, the Association of Vermont Conservation Commission's grant. And I think Sue is going to come online for us and chat with us about that. It's so great to have somebody operating the levers behind in the background.
There she is.
Hi, Sue.
Hi, Sue.
Hi, Sue.
Hi there. This is weird to be the first one with normal business. So I'm here tonight. The Conservation Commission wants to submit a tiny grant in the amount of $480 to the Association of Vermont Conservation Commissions. They've partnered with the Friends of the West River Trail, who have the Riverstone Preserve along the West River Trail. And they want to do an interpretive, there's an existing trail, it's about 1/3 of an acre, and they want to do some interpretive signage there. So that's the grant. There's no match required. We just found out yesterday that they've pushed the deadline back, so the grant would be due May 1st, but that's what they're hoping to do with it.
Great, thank you.
Sounds like a great idea.
I don't know, $480.
It's an aptly named grant. It's a tiny grant.
Yes.
I am.
But it's a good way to bring back and forth business. I'm sorry, Ian, go ahead. I didn't hear that.
Oh, I was saying I'm just very excited about this. As soon as I read this on Sunday, I got on my running shoes and ran down to see where it would be. My one question was actually two. One, Sue, the copy of the map is fairly low quality that we got for the select board. Could we get a higher quality one sent to us? I had a hard time really getting until I was down there where it's going to be. And then
let me.
Go ahead.
I will. I'll try to get you a higher quality of the map. It may have been because it was coming from my house and the scan wasn't very good. So I'll see what we can do about getting a better quality map.
And the second question was, is it only for signage, or would there be any work done to the trail itself with the 480?
Yeah, no, it's just for signage. It's the creation of the signage and the actual purchase of the signs and the installation, which will be done by the Conservation Commission and the Friends of the West River Trail. And I should add that Lynn Levine, she's a resident of Dummerston. She's done a lot of work in forests and trail building. She's doing a lot of in-kind work for this. She's a member of the Friends of the West River Trail. So she'll be working on the content of the signage with some other people as well.
That's very nice of her.
It's a nice trail, and right now it's a very busy trail.
Oh yeah.
And I encourage folks who are using that trail to, you know, keep their distance, be reasonable. And also, oh yeah, and you know, if possible. I mean, I went up to Black Mountain Trail the other day, thinking that I'd go there because it's a little quieter, and that's run by the Nature Conservancy, and I saw that it was posted as closed. You know, so like, people need to get outside, and we're narrowing down the options. Not that the Brattleboro Select Board has much to do with that, but just want to put it out there. You know, I hope that the West River Trail can stay open, and I hope that we can kind of be responsible in our use of it.
Quick question.
Peter. Yeah.
I see on the graphic the website for the West River Trail, Friends of the West River Trail, and I'm wondering whether people can help themselves to a better quality map by going to that site. Do you know if this is posted there?
I do not know if it's posted there. I know that there are trail maps there, and I think the Riverstone Preserve one is on there, but I can check in with that and communicate with them.
Okay.
And ask them to get it up there as well.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Shall I make a motion?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay, I move to approve an application for a 2020 Association of Vermont Conservation Commission's grant in the amount of $480.
Thanks, Liz. Liz has made a motion to approve an application for a 2020 Association of Vermont Conservation Commission's grant in the amount of $480. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4-0. The hand does help me. I don't know, because there's always delay with the audio.
I got this Australian accent, though. You should be able to tell.
Speaking of delays, my computer is telling me I'm a little delayed, so I'm going to need to call Comcast in the morning. But just let me know if I'm breaking up at any time, because I'm definitely having some speed fluctuation issues or ping rate problems or something like that coming from me. So our next item on the agenda is an ordinance amendment, and Peter is going to speak to that initially.
Thank you. So we're proposing an amendment to Chapter 8 of the Town Code of Ordinances. It's a very narrow, specific recommendation, which is that when people are hiring electricians to perform maintenance work at rental properties, regardless of how few units are present in those rental properties, that the electricians performing the work must be licensed. The reason for that is pure and simple safety. There's some inconsistency between the state law and the, actually in the state law and how the town applies that locally and how it's applied across the state. And you have a memorandum in your backup from Brian Bannon. And there's also, I believe Brian's online tonight. I know that Len Howard, Assistant Fire Chief and Health Officer for the town, is online. And they can speak in greater detail to the need for this, what they see when they're out looking at rental properties in town. But basically, if you're 3 or more units, you have to get if you're doing electrical work at 3 or more units, you have to get a licensed electrician, not just someone who can do wiring. That's already required. And so what this would do is in Brattleboro, raise that standard so that even in a 1 or 2 unit rental situation, if there's anybody renting at any particular property, then at that property, electrical work would have to be done by a licensed electrician. And we think it's an important matter of public safety, not just for the owners and residents of those properties, but just in general to keep the community safer and protected from fire. Lenny's up, so I'll be quiet.
Thanks, Len. Did you want to add to that at all?
No, I think Peter hit it right on. It's very inconsistent, I believe. I mean, if you have 3 or more units, you have to get an electrical permit and have a licensed electrician perform the work. But in a 1 and 2 family home, if you have to get a construction permit from the state of Vermont to do the work, so it's up to code, and a plumbing inspection permit, but you don't have to get an electrical permit, which is kind of inconsistent to me. And I think it's very important that this type of work is done properly and not just by a homeowner that may think they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I wanted to make a couple things clear to anybody watching too, that this would not apply to people living in their own homes. This would only apply to units that were intended for rental or were being rented. Is that correct? And I've just got to say that, and it's up to you, you don't have to go into too much details, Lenny, but just confirm for us that there was recently a real world instance where, because of this sort of what I would call a hole in the coverage in the law here, we had a pretty dangerous situation. Is that right?
That's true. And I've seen it in many other 1 and 2 place family homes that I've gone in, of it being a concern. And I think it's just a safety thing that should be done.
Does anyone, any board members have any questions? I'm tempted to actually read it. It's not long, the portion. Liz.
Go ahead and read it. I think that would be good.
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
Reading is a good idea.
Okay. So this would be, I think I'm doing this right, section 8-32. I'm just getting a nod from Peter. Yes, great.
Yes,
A licensed electrician shall be required for the following types of work. 1, any construction not otherwise exempt under 26 VSA section 910, excepting that. 2, any electrical work in a building used for dwelling or residential purposes that contains 1 or 2 dwelling units, where 1 or both units are intended for rent. A licensed electrician will be required. That's the new language that we're proposing to add.
And may I just make clear for the record that Bob Fisher, the town attorney, wrote that language and has fully reviewed the reasons and the preparation for this together with the health officer and the deputy health officer.
Great, thank you. And since this is an ordinance amendment, this is the official first reading. I assume the second and final reading will be in 2 weeks. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that gives people time to contact us with questions or concerns, and we can discuss it further at the, oh gosh, that's what I don't have as a calendar right in front of me.
21st, April
21st. Oh, there's a calendar. Thank you so much. Okay, so we don't have an action to perform there because
I have questions.
that's, oh,
We
sorry.
do have comments.
Yeah,
We got questions over here.
All 3.
Good, good. Maybe that's why I didn't notice. You all want to say something. Go ahead. Apologies.
Well, I'll start.
Yeah.
First, a question. Lenny, are there enough electricians in town? Is it going to be a hardship to find an electrician?
It's a good question. I mean, there's many independent ones, and there are a couple companies in town that perform electrical work. So my guess is there would be.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have two comments. One is that it seems to me that we need to do this because otherwise we are discriminating on the safety of people who live in 1 and 2 rental units. And the other thing is that, you know, a town's major purpose is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. And so I see this as a vital action on our part.
Thanks, Liz. Daniel?
Oh, okay. In my research on this, I guess I was a little surprised to see that the Vermont code is kind of, I don't know, this is a hole maybe in the Vermont code. And I saw that some other municipalities had kind of had additions to the Vermont rental housing codes. Do we know which other towns or cities have done this kind of addition to their code or their code of ordinances?
It's a good question, and I'll get back to you, Daniel.
Thanks.
I'm sure the bigger towns similar to our size has, but I'll get you a definite answer.
Thank you. And then, yeah, I mean, the other question is just, it's why, right? Why is this hole in our state housing, state rental housing code? Are we going too far by, requiring this of folks if it's, if it's going past what the state of Vermont requires for code? I'm not, I don't think personally I would feel like that, but I'm just kind of wrestling with what it means to say, oh, our state code on something is insufficient and the town of Brattleboro needs to go further than that. I think all of the rental housing that I've lived in, I would like it to be safe. And I know that 50% of Brattleboro residents live in rental housing. That's significantly higher than our countywide, numbers and statewide numbers. So we're talking about half of the population of Brattleboro. I mean, some of those may live in 3, 4, dwelling properties, but I'm sure many live in 1 and 2. And I know that, many of our local electricians really, they take a great deal of pride in their work and doing it, to code and safely. And I just want to kind of make sure that we are doing our research about this before we kind of go further than what the state requires. And I wondered, I saw that the example of the Central Street problems was mentioned in Brian's memo. I mean, I don't need this information now, but do we know of other examples in the town where work has been done on properties that has led to unsafe conditions? I think having that information for the next time we come up to this question would help me.
The short answer is yes. Are you asking for more documentation about other specific addresses?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, I guess I want to know, to what extent is this a problem in our community before we kind of, take this further step to go past the state kind of housing code.
So I think I'm going to echo Daniel's first question. I am also curious why this gap exists in the ordinance. I'm just kind of curious, and it seems important to maybe get that answer. And then the other is just on the numbers. How many rental units will this affect in Brattleboro? Do we know?
I can get you that answer too, Ian, along with Daniel's.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
We'll do a complete updated staff report so that in preparation for second reading, not only you have this information, but the public will as well, the answer to the various questions from tonight.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just jump in. Did the board get your questions answered to your satisfaction? Okay. So despite me trying to be a little clear on the chat issue, I have some questions coming in, which it's going to be very slow to try to bring people up to actually ask the questions. So I'm going to go ahead and ask them live on their behalf, and we'll see how this goes. Because it's pretty straightforward. Wendy Levy is asking, was the Brooks House fire due to electrical deficiencies? Is that a good example for Daniel?
The Brooks House fire was caused from a staple being stapled too tight into the electrical wire itself. So I can't tell you who put the staple in it, but that's what the cause of the fire was, yes.
Okay, thanks. And a question, I believe from Tony Duncan, I'm going to ask it for him. Is there a demarcation of what would be considered necessary for an electrician? Would adding a fixture like a light to existing wire require that? I guess he's asking, where's the level of electrical work? I heard someone ask if changing a light bulb, for instance. I think that was just sort of a snarky comment, but this is definitely a demarcation of what electrical work would be. Do you have anything in mind, whether like adding swapping out a fixture on a wall, if it's a simple procedure like that, does that count as electrical work?
That's a tough question. My concern is for an example, is one of the units that we're dealing with currently is a 1 and 2 family, and they have to change out the entire electrical service panel. And unfortunately, he's not required to have somebody that's licensed to do that the way the current state codes are written. So that's an example or a concern that I have. I wouldn't just want anybody putting in an electrical panel in my home. As far as just changing a light fixture and stuff, I did ask the electrical inspector today, state electrical inspectors, how far does somebody before they need to pull a permit? And he did say a light fixture or a light switch you don't need a permit for. So I guess you can kind of read between the lines there, but having an electrical panel put in or remodeling the building, or I think is definitely a need for a licensed electrician.
Okay, well, we'll try to get that a little more clarified. Can we work on that, Peter?
Yes.
I think it's fair.
Lenny and I have been taking notes, and we'll itemize. We'll restate the question and provide the answer for each one of these for next time.
Yeah, I mean, personally, if I was doing it in my own home, I would switch out a fixture. If I was doing it in my rental, I would just go with a licensed electrician because then I know it's done correctly. But that's not everyone, so we need to demarcate that a little bit. Great. Well, I think that's pretty good. I've asked for public comment and gotten those two out there, and we're going to figure out if that's something that we should do in the future. We're just so you know why I'm a little uncomfortable with repeating questions is open meeting laws is, it tells us that we want everyone to be able to chime in, but when you ask a question through chat, especially these couple came in as a private chat to me, not everyone else can see that, so I thought it was appropriate to actually say them out loud. It might not have been your intention, both of you, to have it go out to the public, but I felt like it was my responsibility to do that at that point because I'm conducting an open meeting here. So we're figuring this out. So bear with me. My family has texted me to say that they're out ringing bells, so hopefully some other folks are out there. I hear them in the background. If you don't know, 8 p.m., people go out and ring bells because they go stir crazy. And no, it's a way to show solidarity with the rest of the community. It's kind of fun. The only problem with the ringing of the bells is when I'm ringing our bells, I can't hear the other bells. So I haven't figured out that problem yet. You got a bell with you? Oh yeah, nice. Let's see. We are on to new business item C, and that is totally getting to a few things of board business here. Every year we go over our rules of conduct, and Ian, this is your first time looking at the rules of conduct. All of us have seen it at least once, but that's certainly not something I'm going to read out loud. But does anybody want to chime in with any questions or comments about? They have not changed since last year when they were approved by the previous board. Trying to give you the total of, it's 4 pages. So that's why I'm not going to read it.
Maybe there needs to be an addendum for how to conduct meetings online.
Certainly.
I'm half joking. Because I saw Wendy's comment in the chat just now, we don't have the parameters kind of exactly spelled out clearly for everybody, so it makes it a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, and I just saw that chat because I was so interested in talking myself that it was hard for me to do both at the same time. But just to reiterate the chat, we just want people to use the chat as sort of a hand-raising situation rather than ask direct questions, because either the people watching through BCTV or other methods on the phone, they're not going to be able to see or understand that question is being asked. And certainly if it's a private chat, no one will see it. So I'll feel forced to actually ask you, call it out, even if you didn't intend it to be called out. So anyway, the chat feature should be used just to say, I have a question, simply that.
Maybe we could write that stuff down and just make it available with the link and the call-in, just like a few kind of simple bits of protocol.
Absolutely.
Just so people know what they're getting into.
Yep. If it's acceptable to the board, I'll just work together with Tim on that, since he's the one who has to navigate this and keep control of the meeting, and then we'll put some bullets down in the information that goes out to the community before the next meeting.
We're unanimously nodding, Peter.
Thank you.
Let it be noted for the record.
Thank you, and thank you to Wendy. Thanks to Wendy for bringing that up, and also to Patrick, who actually attempted to start to write that stuff down, but I don't think it's all come together yet, being our second meeting only.
As to the rules of conduct, I'm happy with them. Does anyone have any other comments?
Yeah, I've got just a newbie question and a comment. I mean, I love reading rules, but I did find I think I wanted just to double check it, which is why my screen keeps changing. For on in section E2, talking about the agenda and how to get items on the agenda. I had to go back and reread that section multiple times to make sure I understood it exactly, which, I'm not proposing any kind of change to it, but just as someone who's putting new eyes on the rules, I would say that is a section that sort of drew my attention as being a little clunky. And the question actually comes from that. As I understand it, the board through a majority can agree during a select board meeting to put an agenda item on for the next week, could a public participant request the board during public comment to put something on the agenda and then the board agree to it in a majority during the meeting? Is that an avenue that a public participant could use to get an agenda item put on the agenda for the next meeting?
Not traditionally, right? Peter, you want to?
So yeah, what I would say is it is definitively fair game for a member of the public to speak about any topic. I mean, that's what public participation exists for. It remains at the discretion of the board whether or not to hear it as a formal action item of the board. And what I've seen more typically, it can happen the way you described, Ian. It also can happen during the course of a meeting, just discussing some other substantive matter that's on, say, tonight's agenda, that three of you might say, we should really discuss that aspect of this thing further, and let's have that be its own item next time. So a board certainly always has the ability to decide that some topic is going to be an agenda item for a future meeting. It has been more common over the years, and it's also been my experience more commonly in the other communities that I've served, that because public participation represents an opportunity for every individual in the community to say their piece, that boards will often receive input. They're being urged to take some kind of future action and take it under advisement. And then the chair and the vice chair might decide to put it on a future agenda. A board member might say, hey, whatever happened to when so-and-so asked us about such and such? But it hasn't been standard to receive a comment from an individual member of the community and then say that becomes the select board's business the next meeting by any kind of sort of commonly held expectation. It's very much been a case-by-case basis, and it's been unusual that something like that would get set immediately for the next meeting rather than just taken under consideration by the board.
Okay, I really appreciate the clarification. I think I just wanted to take some time to just, as I was reading that, to let our everyone know who's watching how you actually, if you wanted to get something on the agenda, you got to put something in writing the Tuesday before noon. So I was just wanted to explore if there were alternative ways, but I think that does answer my question, Peter. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add, and I'm not closing off the discussion by any means, but I'll just add that it does happen that we turn to each other and say, oh, that's a no-brainer. We should put it on on the next meeting warning. But more often than not, asking for it to be formalized, like checking in with Peter and having a discussion first, totally changes the request and changes the ask into something that, once you get more information, you have a question, you want to talk about something, but then you receive a piece of information that really changes the whole direction. And having a little bit of a buffer saves us gobs of time with just, having to talk about something that either isn't in our purview or isn't relevant for one reason or another. So it's a little bit more efficient to have a more take a question to the town manager. I see your hand, Peter. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to put it in the right spot where it's in the screen. So just a little bit more, that's helpful. Actually, I'm glad you said that, Tim. It reminds me of something that I think also would be helpful to you, Ian, and hopefully to members of the public that are listening. It's really common in those situations that the board turns to me and asks for staff to provide some additional information to help you decide whether or not you think something needs to be a select board item. And so what we'll do in those kinds of situations is we'll advise the board further and the person who raised the issue so that they know what the board is being advised. And sometimes those things come back again on another night, and sometimes they don't.
Or sometimes the person's question is answered.
That's right.
Ideally.
Yeah.
I have a question about
oh yeah.
signing things like, warrants. What is our procedure for warrants right now?
We will be doing that by PDF. So the finance folks will prepare the warrants as usual. That's one of the few tasks that is still going on in the offices, is coming in and running, printing off the checks to be mailed to pay bills. And, there's some equipment here that needs to be used for that and for payroll. So there's some 2 employees in the finance department that are coming in occasionally doing that work for us. And when the warrant list for a particular week is complete, they will email the PDF to me and to whichever one of you is signing at that time. And our email response to say it's approved will be sufficient. That all of that will be actually printed off and put in the files so that it's there for the auditors to see that even though we couldn't put a signature on it, we actually did go through the normal approval process. And obviously, if you have a question along the way before you're ready to approve it, you can direct that to me or you can direct it to finance and we'll get you an answer before you send your email approval.
Okay. What was I going to say? I just was reminded of like the term warrants and how probably the vast majority of people watching this are like, warrants? And when we talk about signing warrants, we're not talking about warrants for people's arrests or what have you.
I think it's that cowboy bandana you're wearing.
Things we have to pay checks for. This is my Pisgah State Park ultra marathon bandana. I didn't run it. I just volunteered. Not too long.
If everyone's fairly satisfied with that, I would welcome a motion.
I'll move.
Okay, go right ahead.
From the administrative report. Ian?
This is where you need to have multiple windows open all at once.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Peter.
I wanted to make sure you knew that there's a proposed motion in the administrative report.
Yeah, I was going to use it for the first time. So I so move to approve the rules for conduct of meetings and hearings.
Thank you. Ian has moved to approve the rules for conduct of meetings and hearings. All those in favor? Aye. That's 4. Thank you. You have approved that set of rules. Next, we just want to talk about, guess what? Warrants. That flows very nicely. When we sign warrants, which are basically, we still say it's losing all meaning now because I keep saying the word over and over again. But these are basically the authorizations for expenditures, checks, etc. We take turns in our board, usually nicely, about signing the warrants, and we have a rotation schedule, which the board members have in front of them. And this is just a boring bit of board business that we do. I have a certain time period that I always like to do. Daniel's shaking his head.
No, I think thinking about the future now is no longer boring. I'm looking at these dates. I'm like, what will be happening on June 8th? I have no idea.
That's true. Well, you'll still have to sign warrants.
I might choose not to. I might choose to take a later date.
Or email your approval.
Yes.
That's true. We're going to be able to do even warrants with PDFs? Okay.
That's what we're going to be doing for now.
Right.
We've cleared that with the auditors, that's sufficient for now when it's not safe to be passing around pieces of paper.
Great.
Great. So we have these, does anybody have a preference of where they are?
I have no preference, so if anyone does have a preference, go right ahead.
Okay, I have a preference.
Go right ahead.
I like November, December 31st because I tend to be, because of my work schedule, I tend to be more likely to be around then. But of course, with PDFs, who knows? I'm really hoping by November 2, though, we're going to be signing these things in person again. So I'm going to just say that, and that's what's going to happen, I'm sure. Anybody want to take April 1st, which would include, now? No. Okay. Liz or Ian?
I will take the first shift.
Good for you. Brandy's not here, so she's going to end up with the last chosen one. June 8th to August 21st.
I'll do that. Unless
Great.
Daniel
That
wants
includes
it.
No, I'm holding out for a later one.
Okay.
because you really want to do that.
I want to go and hang out with Jan and talk to Jan about what's going on, and
absolutely.
You can't do that online. I mean, I guess I could give Jan a call, but it's not quite the same.
You can't hit Jan's candy bowl online.
True.
January 4th to March 19th is Daniel's then, I assume?
I was going to do like the August one. Did you take the August one?
No, I was.
Didn't I?
You said later, so I was giving you the last one.
I thought Elizabeth was doing June to August. I'll do
That's
August
correct.
to October. I'm hedging. I'm saying by August, I'm going to be able to go back into the municipal center and hang out with Jan every Friday morning.
Yes.
Good. So we will assign Brandy to January 4th to March 19th. And I'm sure she
You know what
will
they would say in New Jersey? They'd say, "From your lips to God's ears."
It's been a
Some
while
people
since
might
I've
say
heard that one. Okay, where are we? I had to actually write something down in this digital age. It threw me off. We actually have possibly Sue with us again for our next. Oh no, wait, I'm sorry, I'm skipping something. We need to talk about annual select board appointments for committees and boards. And this is very important. So the select board serves on various committees and boards, and this is when we duke it out for who gets to serve on what. I have some added duties now, so I am hoping to step away from my duties on the traffic safety board, traffic safety committee, I should say, even though I really enjoy it. So I just want to throw that out there. Does anybody want to express a desire to be somewhere where they're not, or somewhere where they'd like to be?
I would love to step into the traffic safety committee in the safest way possible.
Great. Anyone else interested in traffic safety committee? No? Well, I'm going to write Daniel's name in, and then we'll, I don't know, take it as a slate if we need a formal motion on that. So going back to the top, we have a capital grant review board that meets as needed. And there is 2 slots. I'm happy to serve on one of those slots. Is anybody else interested in that? Any background? I'll toss it to Peter to give us a little description. Ian? Go ahead.
It meets very, very rarely, hasn't met actually in several years, but it's there in case there is a proposed new capital grant funded project that would add to the maintenance costs of the town.
Great. So I'm throwing my name on there, but if anyone else wants to join me there.
Yeah, I'll join on that too. I mean, I'd like to have another as well.
Certainly, that's not enough. The next one down is the Rental Housing Improvement Program Loan Committee. I believe Brandy currently serves on this. I could be wrong, but she's not here to speak for herself. So does someone have an interest in this committee?
I also have an interest in this committee.
Great. Now, I think it's also, that's a meet as needed situation too.
Yeah.
But this one and the next one, I believe we're gonna have some activity on, since we're all being positive and think we're gonna get through this in the next couple of months. We hope. I think there's gonna be some definite need there. So if Ian is unchallenged, I'll write his name down.
You know,
And next is,
I just had a thought that might be, this one and the next one might be quite busy in the coming months. And if Brandy is still interested, you know, maybe they would like to share those responsibilities.
May I just offer some perspective about the difference between the two? I quite agree that the Small Business Assistance Program Committee is likely to be very busy during the recovery from COVID-19. I'm not sure that the Rental Housing Committee will be, because that's funding specific to making improvements in rental housing properties, as opposed to sort of sustaining or growing a business in rental housing. And so I think we actually may enter a period in the second half of this year when it's less likely that landlords are going to be in a position to be investing additional funds in the physical plant of the rental properties. So I think the two actually represent something quite different in terms of the potential unique impact this year of COVID-19.
thanks, Peter. Good point. Where were we?
The small
So
business
Ian is right. I have Ian's name down for the Rental Housing Improvement Program Loan Committee. So who is interested in the Small Business Assistance Loan Program Committee? So Liz has raised her hand. Okay. That's great. I'm getting a nod and a dark stare from Daniel. So that's going to go with.
This is my neutral face.
You got that Negan.
Neutral face. My stare.
Thanks, Liz. So Brandy, unfortunately, isn't able to chime in, but that's quite all right. We can always adjust things if we have to later. Wyndham Regional Commission is a term from April 1st to March 31st. April
Tim?
1st, 2020 to, yeah.
Yeah, on that one, I'm sorry that we did this. We've created a confusion here, but we've got a separate agenda item at the next one because it's likely to involve you appointing people from outside the select board. So, so we probably should just skip over Wyndham Regional during this item and deal with that in a minute. Sorry.
Yeah, I was actually going to say that, but I was doing it in a very overly verbose manner. Thank you. The next one is the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District Board of Supervisors. If memory serves, last year we elected Patrick to serve on that, and he's been serving very well and faithfully. So if the board wants to continue in that manner, that can happen. And there can also be a board member backup, which might be a nice thing if somebody feels lightly used. Could be me.
Could be Brandy.
Or if anyone
waste
wants to just draft Brandy.
I thought Peter
Yeah, we could draft Brandy and see how she feels about that.
back up in the past.
It's been done multiple ways. There've been select board members as member. There's been select board members as backup. Patrick has been the backup when it's been a select board member in the primary role. And he was the principal person this past year. I honestly don't remember whether I was backup this past year or whether a select board member was. Patrick attended all of the meetings. So it's really sort of, if you have a particular interest and you'd like to be involved in the regional solid waste decision making, it's an opportunity for a board member, but it's something that Patrick has expertise in and has represented the town well in if you prefer to delegate it.
I think my time would be wasted.
Be a solid waste
Okay.
of time.
Yes.
Well, I think since Brandy can't speak for herself, I don't think we should draft her for that. We'll just go with Peter as the alternate. Does everybody feel okay about that?
Yes.
And at the bottom of the sheet is a good reminder note that all board members are ex officio members to the Board of Civil Authority and the Board of Abatement. I just wanted to point out that the Board of Abatement might be very, very busy
Yes.
this year.
Yes.
For better or
Because
for
of
worse.
challenges paying property
So-
taxes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yep. So, board, just Ian, so you know, we are always included on Hillary's emails for those meetings, and it's always encouraged that we can make it. I've made a few, but I haven't been able to make all of those meetings. It's great
Well,
when
you
we
know-
can, though, because
Ian's an old hand at that.
go ahead, listen.
Mhm.
I said
Yeah.
Ian's an old hand at that.
As a justice of the peace, I've had the opportunity to sit on the board of abatements and the Board of Civil Authority. So yeah, I would definitely encourage all of the rest of the select board to be there.
It's very interesting.
Great. You hear that, Daniel? Be there.
Oh, I've been.
There was a difference of opinion, like in past boards, about whether or not the board should serve. But I do believe if it's possible, it's the right thing to do. Any other comments on that? Do it.
No.
Peter, do you think, see, I feel at a loss. I would turn to Jan at this point and say, do we need a formal motion?
You do not need a formal motion on this. It's sufficient. Maybe I'll just recite back to you, make sure that we've got it written down right. But what I have is Daniel for the Traffic Safety Committee, Tim and Ian for the Capital Grants Review Board, Ian for the Rental Housing Loan Committee, Liz for the Small Business Loan Committee, and delegating to Patrick and me for representing the town's interests at the Solid Waste District. Is that what you intended? Okay. Yeah, so you're good to move on then to the Wyndham Regional appointment, which is something that actually does require a motion of the board in order to comply with Wyndham Regional's requirements.
Great. And I don't know if Sue's still on. We don't absolutely need you, but
Oh,
can you
here
hear
she
me?
is.
Always needs to.
Sue. Yeah, sorry to make you
I'm
hang
still
on,
here.
and sorry if I'm breaking up, but okay, thank you. Do you want to fill us in?
Sure. So for the past year, myself and Tom Mozakowski, who is a planning commission member, have been the Wyndham Regional Commission appointees for the town of Brattleboro. We're both happy to continue serving. I sit on a couple of their different committees, Brownfields and their planning coordination committee. I actually don't know if Tom is on any of the committees, but he actively attends their full commission meetings, which I sometimes have conflicts with Conservation Commission. So we worked well to kind of cover the meetings and participate with the Wyndham Regional Commission. So we're both happy to serve if you would like to appoint us.
Great, thank you for your service. And it certainly would please me. How about the rest of the board?
Absolutely.
Sounds great.
So whenever someone would like to make that motion.
I'll make a motion. This will be my first online motion, I think. Let's see. See if I can get this right. Okay, I move to appoint Sue Fillion and Tom Mosakowski as representatives from the town of Brattleboro to the Wyndham Regional Commission for the period from April 1st, 2020 through March 31st, 2021.
Thank you. Daniel has moved to appoint Sue Fillion and Tom Masikowski as representatives from the town of Brattleboro to the Wyndham Regional Commission for the period of April 1st, 2020 through March 31st, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
4-0, unanimous. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Sue.
All right. If anybody doesn't have any last minute brainstorms, I think we've come to the end. I just wanted to say, happy Passover to everyone celebrating out there. And also that the Easter Bunny is coming, I hear, on Friday. You could check out the Recreation and Parks info for that. Something to do with a vehicle parade again with the Easter Bunny. Does anybody? I don't know why I was compelled to do that.
Where can you go for that?
Yeah.
I'll be coloring virtual eggs.
There's other activities as well. I think they're also doing a exercise thing.
Yes.
A bunny hop?
It's always good. I'm sorry?
A bunny hop?
I'm not sure what it
thing?
is. No, they're leading exercise groups or something as part of the holiday experience. I'm not sure.
Would you like me
Clearly,
to? It's,
Yes,
Oh, sure.
Peter, please explain.
it's one of the ways in which the Recreation Department is trying to help families and particularly kids to stay active and stay engaged with each other in a safe manner remotely, and through digital connection. And so they're offering online gymnastics classes where kids are doing the exercises and activities at home, along with the folks who are leading the class online. And there's in today's report, I'll leave it in there again for tomorrow, make it easy for people to see. Today's daily update from the town, we put in the different times. It's on Wednesdays and Fridays, and there's a different time of day depending on the age group of the child.
Well, I did read in the
I
news
was wrong. It's
today.
not directly related to Easter.
I did read in the news today that in New Zealand, the Prime Minister determined that the Easter Bunny was an essential service.
Good. Good. Candy is essential. We all know that.
I guess on a
Daniel has
more
something to say.
serious note, I mean, this is Holy Week, and many of our congregations, well, all of our congregations are now happening online. And from the clergy that I know, this is a really powerful and also really challenging moment. People's Passover Seder's will happen virtually. That's really hard. People's church services are happening virtually. And I don't know. I mean, I guess that's just another kind of wrinkle in this moment. And I wish everybody well for this, for this week of holidays.
Thank you, Daniel. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for that.
We all support that. Thank you, Daniel. All right. Well, does anyone have a motion?
I'd love to move to adjourn. What do you think?
All those
Two
in
hands
favor
up.
of adjournment?
Hey,
Aye.
Aye.
thank you. Good night.
Thank you, everyone.
Aye.
Thank you.
Well, it is 6:30. We will call this meeting to order. I would ask anybody that is not speaking, please put your microphones on mute. That will eliminate a lot of the feedback. All right. So,
We don't have Mr. Dunkley yet. Okay.
yeah, he'll stroll in. He'll be here. So, additions to the agenda, I have two. One is another nomination to the Solid Waste Committee. And another is and Sandy, I'm going to ask for some help in bringing this one up so that I don't do it incorrectly, but just that concern that we sent out yesterday for the family in town and the use of that.
Right. It'd be AJ Brooks requesting you'd want to do that executive session.
Okay, so I would add that to the agenda. We will make that number 6, 7. That would be number 8 to the agenda. And that will be an executive session.
Yeah. So to the select board, when you're sending those types of things out, if I could be CC'd on that so I know what's going on and can act accordingly, it would be helpful.
Okay.
All right. Chair's remarks. I don't have much. The only thing that I will say, and it's troubling that we are here. However, this is where we are, but the recreation department, the playground, the basketball courts, the pavilion, as well as the playground at the elementary school, their basketball court, baseball fields are all closed to public use. This was a decision that the school, as well as the rec department, the rec board, I'm sorry, had come to that decision. I agreed with them, as that's what the majority of the surrounding towns were doing, and I feel that that is safe. What brought this on was a large group of kids that were in the pavilion, some of them on the roof of the pavilion, and that needed to be addressed. It's unfortunate, and I will tell you that the call that I got from Seth Dio, where he was very almost shaken by the fact that he had to close the park to our town's children, it clearly bothered him. So I don't want anybody to think that this decision came lightly or it was one that anybody really wanted to make, but it is for the safety of our residents. Additionally, I would like to note that the Holdbrook is offering deliveries. They're offering to pick things up for people. They're making bulk meals to go. They're really trying to help everybody out. So if people have not looked into that, I would suggest that they do. And other than that, let's just be nice to each other. We're all in this together. Having said that, open public comments on agenda items only. Anybody? Guests, I don't believe we have any other than BCTV. Am I correct with that? Jeff Dunkley's here. Brana, go ahead, unmute yourself. What do you got?
I'm a guest.
I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
It's a little bit harder when I have to scroll through pictures to find you. Did you have any comments on the agenda items, Brana?
No, unless you want me to tell you what the library trustees have done now, and then I could just depart, or I can wait to the agenda item. It's
sure.
Up to
Well, we don't really have you on there much, so I would roll into department and committee reports, and I would accept that at this point if you would like. Brana, does that work for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
The trustees meet tomorrow on Zoom. So I took a straw poll last week, and we all voted to pay our staff and follow your example. And they're we're very grateful. And I did get an email from one of the staff who was very surprised and grateful. But tomorrow we have a formal motion to consider this, just to make it kosher, I guess. I've also let Cindy know that we are doing that. It seems a little bit like maybe overkill, but I think it really needs to happen to make sure the record is clean and clear. And that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And unless anybody had any questions or comments on that, I would roll into Mark Snow and David Emery with an update on the COVID-19 situation. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
All right, welcome and thank you. Unfortunately, I'm not clever enough to connect into the video part, so I'm on the phone part. Can you hear me okay?
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I know Mark also is connected by phone, but let me, I'll start and then I'll turn it over to Mark. So first of all, I really want to say thank you out to all the first responders, the fire, the sheriff, doctors, nurses, you know, and especially all the extra support people, the housekeeping, food prep, you know, supplies, secretaries, public works, you know, and the real heroes out there are not million-dollar athletes. They are the people that are the waiters and waitresses, store clerks, and the stockers, and all of them that come to work every day. So with that, I'm sure that you all get tons of emails, not only from me, but from everyone else that you're probably connected with. So I'm just going to reiterate some of the stuff that you already know. As of today, the state of Vermont has 575 positive tests. 7,129 total people have been tested. There have been 23 deaths in the state so far. And right now there's 29 critical hospitalized. And Windham County is sitting on 32. So with that said, the next 7 to 14 days are predicted to be the apex of this virus, and significant more cases they expect to rise. So really the worst is yet to come. So with that, Vermont has done a great job. I can tell you the Vernon residents have done a great job. The key to this is personal hygiene, the washing your hands, and the distancing. And that is the best tool that we have right now. And I'm sure you've all seen a lot of the stuff where they're working on antiviruses. They're working on everything that may or may not come about soon. However, what the concern is now is that once we reach that apex and we start coming back towards what we might consider normal, there's a chance of it resurfacing because people are going to not follow directions again. So that's something that we need to make sure we stay on top of. So as updates for the locals for all our stuff, as you know, the school is closed and will be for the rest of the year. The school is actually going to continue with their spring break from April 20th to the 24th. Meals will still be prepared and delivered every day that they are following up. They're keeping up with all the meals. Sheriff's Department, Deputy Whittle has reported that he's had contact with a single person that moved here from New York and needed some education on the quarantine process. And that's the governor's order. And evidently it might become more of a problem throughout the state because they're now looking at cases that aren't resolved will go to the Attorney General's office. The fire department, Chapin, says his call volume is actually lower than normal. The PPE that they have is still okay. The state has put a ban on open fire burning. So therefore, I don't believe Vernon will be issuing any fire permits, but that will be a day-to-day operation. The reason for that is so that firefighters don't have to congregate and violate the 6-foot order, and that you have to do that when you're putting a fire out. You reported on the recreation department that all the programs are closed and the parks are closed. Vernon Green is talking with Skip Sleeper. Fortunately, that man is on top of everything, and he has been diligent in keeping everybody up to speed there. So far, they report no resident or staff cases. And he's working on the inevitable eventually, if it does hit in there, how they're going to deal with the deaths. I'll speak more to that in a minute. Town clerk Tim Arsenal is our person for contact for volunteers. He has created a volunteer list, but is still soliciting for anyone that's interested in being on that list. What we're trying to do is match Vernon residents with Vernon residents to help them through whatever needs that they have. We have 3 people that we've been assisting so far with some volunteers, and that's worked pretty well. Tom Greeno is again doing the follow-up with all our healthcare people in town and our groups that have people here. He'll be calling them this week again and checking to make sure that they're all set and see if there's anything additional we can do for them. And here's the EOCs. We purchased some additional Field Tech Tyvek suits, and we're looking at maybe purchasing additional ones if they become available to keep in stock. And one of the things, mentioning that with Vernon Green, with Skip, and trying to keep up with could happen is there's a short supply, unfortunately, of body bags. So we're probably going to create a little expense and try to get above the curve there and put some in stock. And again, those are as hard to get as PPE. So here's one thing I think that the select board might want to consider. That the town declare a full state of emergency. It would include that the EMP and the staff from the EOC would be active and activated, which they are already. Mostly we do it all by electronics. However, it would be the same duties for the town staff. Nothing would change, but it would give us the authorization to apply for federal funding if it becomes necessary available. I believe that we have everything in place through the years and through our LEMP, and everything is there. But I'm not sure exactly what we need to do. So I'll contact the state emergency management office and I'll get more information and I'll bring that back to you, Chris. But if you want to discuss that so that when I get that information, or wait till your next meeting, I'm okay, however you want to do that. Again, primarily, I think it will be for the ease, maybe federal funding that hopefully will become available if the town needs it. And I'll run it over to Mark Snow. Mark?
Good evening, everybody. I hope you are well and healthy. Thank you for this opportunity to given to us to provide an update for the board as well as the citizens of Vernon. I just have a few things. I'd like to pass along that the health department has expanded its COVID-19 web pages. And they've done that so that the content is delivered easier to specific groups. The new pages include frequently asked questions, long-term care and group living facilities, schools and child care programs, coping with the stress, and more. All information and resources and guidelines on the website is continuously reviewed and updated as needed. So I would encourage folks to visit the webpage. It's healthvermont.gov/COVID-19. Couple other things is in regards to face mask. I'm sure everyone has heard a lot on the news about that recently, and the state of Vermont is encouraging and saying that Vermonters should wear cloth facial mask or coverings if they need to leave their homes for essential purposes. The advice to wear these masks is based on new data about how COVID-19 can spread before a person has any symptoms, because people may have COVID-19 but no symptoms. Wearing a face mask may help keep people from spreading the virus. Face coverings are not a substitute for physical distancing and other prevention measures. The most effective way to slow the virus spread is to continue to follow the governor's stay home, stay safe order, respect social distancing, and be vigilant in washing hands and not touching your face. With that being said, you can still enjoy the outdoors, but there's some precautions that you should take. What is being recommended and encouraged is to stay close to home. Find areas where you can walk or bike to, but if you must drive, please limit the distance to from home to 10 miles and only drive with members of your household that are healthy. Practice social distancing outside. Again, that's that same message that we've heard since the beginning. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. Keep your dog on a leash and close to you. Be cautious in choosing low-risk activities to avoid injury. Because if you are injured, then first responders are required to come provide medical attention and take care of the situation. So you're actually putting those folks in harm's way or possible harm's way. The last thing to enjoy the outdoors safely is to respect signs for closed areas, trails, and land. The state officials have analyzed projections of the COVID-19 cases and hospitalization needs. The current models project the peak of cases between mid to late April and early May. So the worst is yet to come by the prediction. The last thing that I'd like to say is that the Vermont Fish and Game announced today that the Vermont trout season begins this coming Saturday, and that it will be open to Vermonters to enjoy the outdoors and hopefully catch some trout. But they want you to take precautions for that. And again, use the outdoor safety precautions that have been outlined. For additional information from the Vermont Fish and Game, you can visit their website as well. That's what I have to update at this point. I think Dave covered everything overall very well. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Mark, I've got 2 questions for you, or Dave.
Okay.
Just it seems to be a common question, those cloth face masks, what is the recommended, if any, way to clean those in between uses? How often should they be cleaned, et cetera, as well as the use of gloves? We're seeing a lot more use of gloves. Everybody's wearing them, but you know, my opinion on gloves is you wear them so that you don't have to wash your hands, and then you touch everything and you spread it everywhere. So could you guys touch on either of those?
What I can say in regards to the use of the mask and maintaining the mask is I would refer you to the CDC's guidance on how to use and make cloth masks. Also, I believe there are some cleaning guidelines on that website as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Hearing on VPR today, they recommend that they get microwave for 2 minutes, a mask in a plastic bag, microwave for 2 minutes, and wash once a week in a regular load of wash.
Okay.
And that comes with a huge caution, Mr. Chairman. We all know that microwaves have caused a ton of fires, and you
Right.
put a plastic bag and a cloth in a microwave, and you accidentally set that for more than 2 minutes. So people that are using that method need to be extremely careful and pay attention to what they're doing with that. The washing is probably your best option, is have multiple masks and wash them one day and wear another one and that so on. As far as the gloves go, I absolutely agree is that gloves were made to be disposable. And going back to the mask, as you know, the mask is designed to keep you, the wearer, from coughing anything or any fluids or anything coming out of your mouth. The cloth mask is not going to prevent you from getting contaminated. It's going to prevent you from contaminating someone else. So that's the other caution, is that it's not an N95. It's not the mask that you would wear in a setting where somebody's truly had the virus. So that's where I am on that opinion.
Chris,
Yes.
I have a question on the microwave. Many of us are putting metal in them so that they can close it over their nostrils. If you put that in a microwave, aren't you going to have a problem?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't try it.
Any metal object in a microwave is going to cause a significant problem. So if you have that metal nose piece that is sewn in there, whether, you know, one of the suggestions is that you use pipe cleaners or wire ties or something like that are in there. I will guarantee you that the sparks will fly as soon as you hit that start button.
Yeah,
Can we try that at the EOC?
I want to try. No, I'm using the pipe cleaners, and I just wondered about that.
All right. And then we're seeing a lot more questions as far as what is considered an essential worker, and we could all debate what's essential and what isn't. So that's not my question here, but more so these essential workers that are coming home and their families have been kind of doing the stay home, stay safe. Is there any recommendations for those people to keep their families safe?
Well, let me tell you what I know for essential workers that are coming home. And I can speak for some of the first responders as well. What's happening is they're having some place that have the opportunity to change their clothes at work, so that you can take the clothes off that you used at work and put on a different set of clothes to come home. Or what they're doing is they're changing as soon as they get home before they go in and greet their family. And some are, as soon as they're getting home, or if not before, are going to the shower. As we said, soap and water is very effective on this virus. So, you know, I would recommend any essential worker that is coming home, that's been in contact, or, you know, with the public especially, you haven't been able to do the 6-foot distance, I would recommend that you have a change of clothes, or you have the ability to jump into the shower before you do your hugging and kissing with your family.
Perfect. Any other questions for David or Mark? Let me scroll through all the pictures here. I see no hands. Gentlemen, thank you. We always appreciate hearing from you and staying on top of this, keeping us informed, and always looking out for Vernon. We appreciate that. David, we will talk about the declaration of the state of emergency at the end of this meeting, and then I will wait for some guidance from you over the next day or so.
Okay,
All right, perfect.
I will hang in to the meeting in case you have any other questions.
Are you hanging in just for that, sir?
Well, primarily, yeah.
All right. Unless anybody on the board would have an issue with that, could we move that discussion to number 1 in new business, just so that Mr. Emery does not have to stay on with us?
Sounds good.
I see no objection. We will do that after the bills and warrants, which will be coming up. So gentlemen, thank you. We are going to move along to the approval of March 17th minutes. Does anybody have any changes, corrections, any of that happy stuff? Everybody is good. Jean, I see you waving your hand. Where are you? Tom, can you unmute her or?
Everybody's unmuted.
She needs to click audio.
Yeah, all participants are unmuted.
Jean, it's always you we're waiting on.
Well, while we're waiting for Jean, I had a couple of hopeful, from the board, hopeful amendments to the meeting minutes, as I didn't catch who made motions in a couple of spots.
No, we're on 2 different ones, Tom. We are on the March 17th.
Oh, 17th, not the 29th. Yep. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
But as we are waiting on Jean, we couldn't, well, Sandy, there's no reason we couldn't do the 27th as well.
No, you can do them. You can take them out of order while Jean connects.
Okay, Tom, go ahead. Let me pull that up here. So I'm looking at it. So go ahead. We will switch over to Friday, March 27th. That was the special meeting. Can we look at those and accept corrections, please?
Thank you.
Tom, what do you got?
Well, if you look to the latter pages, I think most of the minutes are pretty good. I got the first set of motions, but there are motions on the last page for adjournment and paying folks, the motion on paying folks and reviewing it through the May 5th meeting.
Sandy's trying to chime in here. I think she's probably got that information.
I made that motion on the May 5th.
Okay. Thank you.
There's quite a few typographical things.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Clarity.
Sandy, I know that you've got a lot of notes on this. Tell us what page you want to start on and we'll all get on the same page here.
Well, mostly it was, let me get back to my notes here. It started on page 3. Is that Jean? No, on page 3. Did Jean just check it? We just lost Jean? On the first one, the first sentence needs clarification, Tom.
First sentence on page 3. It was noted by the interim administrator that Bratt had softened on the no reporting to work at all. That should be a comma there.
It should probably be a quote.
It was beginning to bring some recreation and DPW employees back to undertake tasks that require no other person-to-person interaction.
You know, Mr. Chairman, maybe we could write our recommendations and send them to him, because I have a lot.
Okay, yeah, I spell checked it and grammar checked it, so
Your spell check is broken, sir.
Yeah.
That could be. But I'm certainly, why don't you send them to me and I'll make the corrections as necessary.
And then we can can address it at the next meeting?
Yep.
Chris, would that be okay?
That's fine, yep.
I apologize, Tom, but you have to realize I'm correcting a lot of English papers right now, and everything's jumping out at me.
Yeah, I just checked it. Spelling and grammar check is complete. So, okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm good with that.
What do you think, Chris?
Sandy, I'm fine with that because I've got a few notes here as well, so.
Okay.
So that's fine. Jean, are you on with us?
It says her mic's on and her camera's off.
I think she.
Okay. I'm at a bit of a loss here because she had some questions on the 17th meeting minutes. Did anybody else, Jeff, Sandy, Michael, anything on the 17th meeting minutes?
No.
Sandy, you were all set with the 17th?
Yeah, I typed up, so I
That's
should.
true, yeah. Very good point. I see Jean again.
Okay, can you hear me?
Oh, there she is. Perfect. What do you got for the 17th?
I don't know anymore.
So I'll interrupt real quickly. I don't know if you heard us, Jean. We decided that we would table the 27th and we would email our corrections to Tom on the 27th.
Yeah.
We will look at the 17th right now.
Okay, so the 17th, the only thing I had was on page 5, paying the town employees. I had recused myself.
Right.
I don't know, maybe I did make the motion, but I did recuse myself.
Mhm.
All right. Any other corrections to that one? If not, I would entertain a motion to accept the meeting minutes from March 17th, 2020.
Make a motion to accept the minutes from March 17th, 2020.
I have a motion made by Mr. Root. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunkley. All those in favor of accepting the March 17th, 2020 meeting minutes, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? All right. Jean, we will run into the bills and warrants now, please.
Okay. Okay. I move that we approve payment of the following warrant: 20T accounts payable, $14,339.51. 11S payroll, $7,842.57. 12S payroll, $8,003.13. And 13S payroll, $8,083.44.
Second.
I just need to ask because those are published incorrectly on the meeting warning. Is anybody else seeing that?
Oh, yeah, the 13S is, got a typo. It should be $83.
So $8,083.44.
Yes.
So we have a motion. Sandy, are you okay with the change to the agenda on that?
Yes, sir.
Could I get a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. So new business, the update of the special meeting, we are going to move that to our next regular meeting, and any corrections should be emailed to the interim TA. So we will go on to new business number 2, town policies update and review process. Truthfully, I have been meaning to copy the policy book so that everybody could take some time, familiarize yourselves with it. And then we could start to discuss making sure that that's up to date, makes sense, everything is still pertinent to the town, all of that happy things. So if everybody is all right, unless anybody had actually looked into that and had anything that we should be discussing. Anybody? Sandy, Jean,
No.
Jeff, Michael?
No.
Okay, so I will get copies of those and I will let everybody know when that is done. Number 3, Mr. Garino, would you speak to the deferring of the bid opening, please?
Mr. Chairman, when this went in the paper, there was discussion of meeting on the 14th. So the bid went in for the tractor sale for the 14th, but the board won't be meeting until the 21st, and I'm just asking that the award of that bid or the acceptance or rejection of that bid be put off until the 21st.
Any objection from the board? Sandy?
No objection, so moved.
So moved. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Jean Carr. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. So next is the, oh geez, I'm sorry. Mr. Emery, you are still there, aren't you?
That's okay. I do
Look
not
at
mind.
how efficient I was. Hey, I'm actually going to ask you to stay for both of these because I think that you weighing in on the Windham County Sheriff would also be beneficial. So if I jump past that, please remind me to come back to the declaration of the state of emergency. So I had a conversation with Mark Anderson, the sheriff, and just discussing the potential increase of sheriff's department hours. We have to be realistic, in my opinion, that because of the stay home, stay safe, we are forcing people that might not be in the most happiest situation of their lives to be stuck inside with some people that are not making them happy. So now we are, we have children that are home that could potentially be home with abusive parents. We have relationships that could be resulting in domestics because of this increased quarantine time. And that's obviously not the only thing, but that's kind of a big issue that it would be nice to have law enforcement a little bit closer in those cases. But I did speak with Cindy today, and she said that it's very likely, as well as Mr. Anderson said that it was extremely likely, that we would get a large reimbursement for these hours back from FEMA. And Cindy did say that for the current time, we could use the reserve funds, which currently has $50,282.10 in it. So the money is there. It seems like it would be reimbursed. Mark's concern was that as this prolongs and more people start saying that they want police coverage, it will then be kind of a first come, first serve, more of a as needed type basis.
Chris?
Yep.
Chris?
Yep.
Question, just so that we're clear, this is a concern about domestic violence?
Partially, I mean,
increased domestic violence?
It potentially, yes. Yep. That's one of the things that has come up. Certainly, we see it on the school side, where it's a very large concern that students that would usually be able to escape the abusive parents, if they're in that situation, no longer have that safety net of school, so they're at home with it. And DCF is not making a lot of house calls now, unless it is, I don't want to say intimate danger, but I mean, they're being a little bit choosier on what they're responding to. That is my opinion from things that I have read. I don't know that that is 100% accurate, and I don't know what it is that they will go and won't go for. So I just want to be clear with that. Essentially, if we were to do this, we would have to amend the contract, and then we would be paying the same hourly rate that we pay now. So that this wouldn't be considered a call out. This wouldn't be considered really anything additional, other than if we have 40 hours now and it costs us $70,000 and we wanted another 40 hours to bring it to 80 hours, it would be $140,000.
Well, I certainly am sympathetic, but we do have a budget, and state police, state troopers come. So unless that we're assured any extra increase in law enforcement expenses are going to be covered, I'm not really in favor of it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
I'm in discussion today with the Vermont Department of Public Safety liaison to the towns on the FEMA reimbursement. If this was worded in such a way that it was specifically due to the increase in hours was a result of the COVID-19 emergency declaration. And I think what Mr. Emery brought up earlier about a municipal declaration as well. It could be put in for FEMA reimbursement of up to 75%. And it appeared that that was a legitimate expense in the broad discussion that we had. But it would be something that would have to go to FEMA on the forms, and the reimbursement, just so Mr. Dunkley is aware, if there were reimbursement, it's certainly, if it was approved, there's no guarantee that that's coming within a week or 2 weeks of the time you submit for the reimbursement. It can take a few to several months for the return, but if it's accepted, you'll get a check. If it's not accepted as an expense, you won't.
Okay. So I guess, Jeff, we've got yours. Sandy?
I think we should probably add them. This isn't something that we could foresee happening, and you don't want anybody hurt if you can help it.
Jean?
I guess in my mind, my question is, how are these families going to be identified? I guess kind of like, how are we going to know when they need help? And so how is that going to relate to what hours the sheriff is here? I don't know if I'm making that clear, but as opposed to responding when there's a definite need, even if it's hours that they're not here, which I think goes back to what Jeff was saying with the state police. I guess I wonder what they feel it does if they're just patrolling the streets. I'm not sure.
Okay. Michael?
Do we have any facts from the sheriff, or is he just looking for more money for his officers? Is what I'm thinking. If we have an upgrade in calls and stuff, then yes, we should look into this. But if nothing's changed, then why should we change?
And this could be a temporary situation also. We don't know.
Right.
Yes, so what would happen is we would have to amend that contract. And then if nothing changed from the governor at the end of June, there would be language in there that the contract would automatically extend. It would not renew. It would extend for a period of time. Keeping in mind that usually this is the time of year that we do hear from the sheriff about the contract, and we have that discussion. It's usually, I believe, Sandy, the second meeting in April. I think that we usually discuss that. So we will have to have that discussion still at some point, but I guess unless there's any objection, I would like to have Mr. Emery weigh in on his thoughts on this.
Yeah.
Well, I can probably assure you it's not because the sheriff is attempting to create more hours for his people, because I'm not so sure that he has enough people to fill all the hours that are out there. However, the concern is valid. There has been a number of different cases throughout in different towns that have dealt with the same problem and wrestling with the same thing. I don't think anyone can predict the time or the place or any of that. So I know you're in a tough position about that. The only advantage you have, and it's not 100% sure, is that 75% of that cost could be recoverable. However, again, that's yet to be determined. And I think anytime there's a government opportunity to recover money, that there's always a question mark that comes with that in my book. So I guess I certainly wouldn't say it's a bad idea, but it is a tough one that you have to wrestle with.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Is it my understanding, am I correct, that let's say the select board opted to increase the hours hypothetically to X number, let's say 60 instead of 40? It wouldn't be an automatic billing of 60. It would be a billing of additional hours utilized. So if they use...
that is my understanding from the conversation with the sheriff, is that if we said, hey, it'd be great if you were here for another 20 hours a week, but they are spreading their resources around the county, that if they were only here for 50 hours, we would be billed for the 50 as opposed to just a standard billing. We were both, during our conversation, the word fluidity was used a lot, making sure that there was give and take should we choose to go this way. And Mark also said no hard feelings if we don't go this way. He was just putting it out there because we are in his contracted area and wanted to at least make that offer available to us, so that it was made. He wanted us to have this discussion in a time where he still could say, yes, I can give you additional man hours, as opposed to 2 months from now, if everything is extended and we say, wow, things are getting bad, we could use some more coverage. State police would be tied up at that point more significantly as well. So the likelihood of him being able to say, sure, we'll give you an extra even 10 hours a week may become troublesome. I did not get the feeling that this was in any way Mark trying to twist our arm into this. He was very upfront that this is not a necessity, that there is no guarantee that we will get all of that money back. And he understood, much like Mr. Emery is saying, that this is a tough decision. Because it is different circumstances. This money wasn't planned on, but it is there. So again, I don't think that this was a pressure tactic on his behalf. This was more of a concern from the things that we see. I did get a email today on the school side of it, just making people aware that, you know, there are children that are stuck in these homes. Gene, I understand what you're saying as far as the times. I don't think that there was a desire to put times on that. I think it was more of a roaming schedule and give us the hours and just a better police presence. But again, that is entirely up to this board.
Well, if we're going to increase hours, then we should get a discount on the hourly rate. And again, if there's no quantifiable increase in calls at this point, I believe it's kind of a little too early to start making a decision like this. I mean, for example, today there were 2 state troopers running around the town.
Anybody else? I guess that on this, we are either at a point where we could make a motion on this, or we can just say that we will wait to see what happens and move on to the next agenda item.
I just want to move on.
Hearing no motion. Yep, hearing no motion. Mr. Emery, if you wanted to come back and just touch on the state of emergency one more time so that we could discuss that briefly here.
Okay, I'm back in, and I'll just reiterate what I said earlier, is that by the town declaring a state of emergency, I think what it will allow is that if you do get into monies that are recoverable, you know, as you were talking with the sheriff's department, or there certainly could be other expenditures that are going to come up where you have to hire different people, or let's say that you have to hire ambulances, or becomes fluid where people can't pay for funerals. So there's a ton of things that could happen. And the only reason I'm mentioning this is so that we cover our pay base for that. Operationally, I don't see it changing anything that we are presently doing. In my office, we're every day. I didn't sign on for that, by the way. But every day, I'm in my computer at home doing stuff with this. And so, needless to say, there are other opportunities or things that could rear head. And that's all. And I don't know, again, I'm going to tell you that I don't know what we have to do. I know other towns have declared emergencies. And that's kind of where the whole thing is. It's only kind of, you know, being ahead of the curve if something happens, or it would give me the opportunity to spend, I think in our LEMP, that's the local emergency plan, it authorizes me to be able to spend $500 without select board approval. So, but that's not the reason I'm after that. I'm not at all concerned about that. More concerned about being able to recover if we do, and do mitigation if there's any mitigation that's out there.
I'm going to go around the select board here and get thoughts from them, but in the meantime, could we please add Martin to the guest list? I just saw that he has joined us.
Yeah, I have him written down, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, perfect. So Sandy, on the state of emergency, your thoughts?
I would defer to David. I think it's a good idea not to close the door after the horse gets out of the barn. So we need to do it. He will know. He will know when we should do it, I think.
Okay.
And I would defer to him, but I think it's something we definitely need to look into.
And should we go that direction, would we have to reconvene as a board to make that decision, or how would that work?
We would, if it's an emergency thing, you can call an emergency meeting like very fast. And I think that would be what you'd do.
Okay. Jeff?
Oh yeah, I totally agree with David. I mean, at this point, it's not necessarily an emergency in town, but certainly if there's some potential in the future, yeah, we should do it, definitely.
Jean?
I agree. So David wasn't asking for it right now.
No.
Is that right, David?
That's correct. I was
Okay.
looking to see if you wanted me to, however, there's no doubt my recommendation is going to be that we take the advantage and do that. But
Right.
I think I have to do a little bit more homework to see how we do that in the process.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Michael?
Well, I agree then.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, Michael?
I trust his judgment.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Emery, if I may task you to gather some more information about that and get that to me, and at that time and at your direction, we would call an emergency meeting and declare that if that is your wish.
Mr. Chairman? Could Mr. Emery also look to see if you, when you declared that, if you could make that an effective date prior to the date of your meeting, perhaps to the date when the EOC first met down on Governor Hunt Road 3-4 weeks ago? That's when it really started to pick up. And if that was the case, you might expand your funding eligibility to a earlier date.
Good
I'm
question,
not sure
Tom.
you can, but it may be worth checking into.
I will do that.
Thank you.
All right.
And it's the recommendation from Mark. I don't think Mark's on the line anymore, but as the health officer, he was in agreement with it.
Okay. Mr. Emery, as always, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to hearing from you over the next couple of days.
All right, and you certainly will. Thank you to the board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we will talk again soon. Thanks.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
All right, next up, as you can all see, we are on Zoom, and it seems that we're going to be that way for a very long time. I think that it is important for our town to continue to move, to have these meetings, and that would also mean that our committees need to be meeting. So the solid waste, who met at 6 o'clock today via Zoom, they're going to start having regular meetings. They're going to report back to us in May with their suggestion, and I would like to see that planning commissions and all of that stuff just continue to move forward. Having said that, this Zoom account is set up on Mr. Garino's personal credit card, and I would ask that we switch that over so that the town is actually paying for that subscription, and that would give us the ability to add multiple hosts, so that Bob Spencer could be a host, I could be a host, Jeff or Martin, you guys could be, I mean, so that would open that up so that Tom does not need to be at all of these meetings to host the meeting. Tom, what was the price on that, please?
I think it's, if you hold on just a second, Mr. Chair, I think it's $15.49 a month. That's for the up to 100 participants at a meeting, unlimited time on your meetings. You know,
And
so if
would
you
it-
had a 4-hour meeting, that'd be okay. But I can
Would
give
it
you the
be,
price in just a second.
Would it be your thought that on the other side of all of this, that that subscription, when we no longer need it, could that be billed to FEMA because we had to use it for this?
It probably could be billed. There is a threshold that you're going to need to be able to meet to become FEMA eligible as well. But it certainly would be, you wouldn't do this, but for the emergency, you wouldn't be meeting this way.
Okay. Sandy?
Definitely.
Jeff?
And thank you, Tom, for taking the, start us on it.
Yeah, and you know, I told the chairman, just so everybody, for full disclosure, I don't know everyone in town, and I'm sure everyone is a wonderful person. But if someone got onto my
Thanks, Tom.
account, I'd be a little concerned if they weren't a wonderful person.
Jeff, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, you know, we had to enact a way to have a meeting, I think rather quickly, and I think if this is working out, and certainly Tom shouldn't have to pay out of his own credit card.
Jean?
Definitely the town should have their own account, and maybe it can go on the treasurer's credit card.
Yeah.
There is a card for that department.
Okay, Michael?
So I'm on Zoom's website. That is, the pro plan is $14.99 per month per host. The business plan is $19.99 per month per host with a minimum of 10 hosts, which brings it to $199.90 a month. So I just want to make sure that is all aware.
Yeah, mine was, this was $15.89 with tax.
And that's just for one host. So
Right.
I guess with that information, perhaps, do we need to look and see if they're actually, you know what, I'm going to, Martin, I see you sitting here. I'm going to ask you to weigh in on this and your thoughts. I know that we had a discussion briefly about this, but I'm just curious if Zoom is the answer for us, or if you know of a different platform that we should be looking at, and if we're going to have to make a switch. You are muted, sir.
Here we go.
Okay.
I poked around a little bit. I saw quite a number of towns in Vermont were using Zoom. You know, so it seems to be a popular platform. There have been some issues with Zoom bombing and that kind of thing, but there are ways that the host can prevent nonsense and screen sharing, that kind of thing. I haven't looked around in detail at the price plans that are out there. But you know, if there's a way to get something with maybe, you know, 2 hosts or something like that, that would feel to me like it would work, or we could just get started with 1 host and see how it goes.
Okay.
We have a number of administrators, you know, maybe not so many hosts, but a number of administrators. I looked at Google Hangout, same type of thing, and then GoToMeeting had one as well, and they were more complicated to use, not more expensive, about the same price, relatively speaking, within a couple of bucks, but a lot more cumbersome to get up and running, at least to me. Other people may find it easier.
Even the post office is looking into starting to use Zoom. I've heard rumors already.
So, but that raises a different issue as far as, I mean, we're either at $15 to essentially stay the same so that there's only 1 host, or we are at $190 to have multiple hosts. So that's quite a price difference.
Was that $190 a month?
$199.90 a month, because the minimum for that plan is
Yeah,
10.
you don't need that big a plan.
No, you could get.
You're looking at the $14.99 per month per host.
If we added another host, it would be roughly $32 a month after the taxes and everything.
Just a suggestion. Is the school using Zoom for remote teaching?
I don't honestly know. I got something for my son called Remind. I have no idea what it is. The software looks entirely different than Zoom, so
Okay.
I'm not sure what they are using down here. I know that my other son, his school is using Zoom, but I'm not sure if they have multiple hosts or what's going on with that. So I guess I don't have a good answer. I'm curious if the board thinks that there should be some more research done on this. And then maybe
I don't see $199 a month plan.
Yeah, I mean, that would be overkill in any case. My suggestion would be just get the 1 host license right now and see how it goes. You can always get a second one of those instead of getting a 10 tripper, you know?
So I get a question. So regarding the free use of Zoom, what are the limitations?
The freebie is host up to 100 participant, 40-minute limits on meetings.
So you got to have a meeting in less than 40 minutes.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Unlimited number of meetings. That would, well said, sir. Limited 1-to-1 meetings, 40-minute limit on group meetings. You have an unlimited number of meetings, but there was something when I looked at it, there was up to 9 people, but this one is, they've upped it to 100 participants.
Because I mean, for the most part in town, committees are not more than 9 people.
No, but
obviously you want the public to have a potential
right.
involved, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they all go over 40 minutes.
When you
Now, go ahead, Michael, I'm sorry.
You lose the security feature when you do the free one. I know the VLTC or whatever did a survey about all of them. Maybe we can get some feedback from how their survey went.
Yeah, I filled that out also, so we should get a response on that when they're completed.
Now, if this is on the town's credit card, then there's really no reason that you couldn't give out the host information for the chair of each of those committees, and they could log on. So really, we could just do one, and you just share that information at that point.
Correct.
And that's what we, for the school board that I'm on in New Hampshire, we have it for that. And then for a couple other meetings, we just use Karina's account.
Okay. So, Sandy, do we need a motion for this, or are we good to just switch over to using the town's card? Or
I'll make a motion that we thank Tom for getting us used to using Zoom, and that we have the town now take over the cost of the Zoom for the meetings.
Second.
moved by Sandy and seconded by Ms. Carr. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Tom, are you all set with getting with Cindy on that tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll get to her Thursday.
Thursday, sorry, yep.
Yep.
All right. During our, I'm sorry, next on the agenda is going to be Coldbrook liquor license renewal. There is a copy, if anybody has the packet that I dropped off today, that is in here. I did speak with the Department of Liquor Control. They do not have any reason to say that we should not renew this license. Nothing that is concerning to them. So any thoughts on this, Sandy?
No thoughts.
Jean?
Nope, it's fine.
Jeff?
Oh, good.
Michael?
To go.
I would take a motion.
I move that we renew or sign the liquor license application for Coldbrook store for 2020.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Dunkley to approve the liquor license renewal application that we will sign and send to the state of Vermont. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Yay.
All right. So,
Got it.
all right. And you did get the one nay, yes?
One nay, yes.
Okay. So this will be at the town office to get signatures on, please. I don't know if we could all accomplish that by the end of the week. Get that so that this could get mailed in. Is everybody all right with that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, perfect.
Sure.
So next on the agenda, Sandy, I'm going to ask if you would get us to executive session, please.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that we go into executive session to discuss an Alice J. Brooks fund request.
Second.
Moved and seconded by, I'm going to give it to Jeff.
Oh,
You
just
did-
barely by a nose.
And I am going to say that we are in executive session at 7:43. I'm going to say we are out of executive session at 7:49. Tom, all right. Sandy, I'm sorry, I didn't write it down. What time did we go in?
You went in at 7:43.
7:43. Okay. So we went into executive session at 7:43, came out at 7:48. Sandy, where are we headed from here?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we authorize the expenditure of up to $750 for the A.J. Brooks fund request.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Jean Carr has the second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Michael and Jeff, have we lost you guys?
Aye.
Okay. All right. So that is all set there. I will notify Tim of that. Now we are on to old business. Town administrator recruitment discussion. Jeff, let's start with you.
Oh. I guess where are we at? We received some example copies of job descriptions. don't know. The more that I looked over them, the more unsure I was as far as the direction that we should go. You know, potentially it could be not a full-time position. There are some certain responsibilities that do not necessarily have to be included in a town administrator's job description. Certain authority also. But I guess, well, I'd like to spend a little more time looking at the job descriptions, making my mind up. But, you know, as of right now, I guess I'd probably feel if we kind of went with the same kind of job description, the same responsibilities, perhaps without human resource responsibilities as what we've had for the last few years.
And there are two more descriptions that need to come up. We just have to get down into the basement and pick up two from the 80s that I have now found where they are.
From the old Vernon town administrator position.
Yeah, Irene and Bunny. And that was Sandra brought that up to look at, but we had to find them where they were in the file. So we did find them. We're going to go down and get them.
Good.
Jean.
In terms of the kind of the HR responsibilities, I kind of liked that some of the others used a little bit different wording, because I think maybe the evaluation process still needs to be done by somebody, you know, and I think that could stay there, but some of them word it as assist or oversees personnel services to the town employees. Some are like review, but the administer is, I'd like that out. I think we wanted the discipline out. The dismissal, I don't see any of them. Well, they might have hiring responsibilities, but there isn't dismissal responsibilities. So I feel like those changes could soften this a little bit. And I also feel from talking to the town employees that they're not opposed to a town administrator overseeing them. I think that there just has to be a better match, and that hopefully going forward, the select boards will be sensitive to everybody's concerns and adjust accordingly. But I think we can soften that a little bit and take a little bit of the, I don't know, it's a harsh responsibility that's stated in the job description we have right now.
I agree.
And also under administer all town insurance policies, and I don't feel that's appropriate. I feel they're administered by the town treasurer because she has the relationship. She's really the money person. So I think if administer, again, maybe got changed to review, and certainly be aware of and work together with the treasurer, but the treasurer seems to be the one that has to do the reporting, and she has the financial responsibility to take care of, you know, the insurance issues. So I don't think administer insurance policies is a good word there. And that's on H.
Yeah.
And then the personnel, the HR part was on N. Otherwise, I feel like a lot of it was the same. the Grafton one definitely had, oh no, that's not the one. One of them had a whole paragraph about, no, it was Guilford, about the select board posting notices, preparing and distributing the agendas and materials. And although our town administrator did that before, it never really was in that job description anywhere. So that might be a good addition. And that was on Guilford's town administrator, A under administration.
Michael.
I agree a lot with what Gene said. I do need more time to look over it more, I think.
Okay. Sandy?
Yeah, I want to go over them some more, but I agree with Jean. She's got a good handle on it. Thank you.
And I agree with both Gene and Jeff. I do think that we need some more time, but as I said earlier when we were discussing the Zoom, I think that it's extremely important that our town, despite this pandemic, continue to move forward. When this is over, we will still have a town to operate, and we will need all systems in place for that. So a couple of things that, to reiterate what Gene said, I would say the insurance and really any of that financial obligation, any of that kind of stuff should really remain in the treasurer's office.
Right.
There should be that overlap. There should be the knowledge of that department, but there should not be any taking responsibility out of that. As far as the human resources, I agree. You know, perhaps they're the ones that do the hiring, they do the background checks, they oversee those things. As far as the discipline, I do not feel that that is in a town with an elected select board. I don't feel that that is another hired position's responsibility to do the disciplinary action. Instead, I think that that position would be more of a liaison for our town employees to the select board, and vice versa. That would be, if there was things going on, that person would be bringing that to our knowledge, and then we would convene and make decisions based upon that. But I do not think that it should be another hired person disciplining another hired person.
Right.
As far as full-time versus part-time, or what we call this position, I'm not sure that we absolutely need a 40-hour-a-week town administrator. I think that there is potential that we could still function and do quite well and be successful if we did an administrative assistant. And that would also give us more, I hesitate to use the word secretarial, but certainly at our meetings, that would give us the note taker, that would give us all of that, the person that would be publishing those minutes accordingly within the timelines that we have. So,
yeah, Chris, if I can jump in at that. I don't, if we're going to have a town administrator with limited hours, I don't quite agree that it should be an administrative assistant.
Right.
I think it should be a town administrator with limited hours, but with administrative assistant help. I mean, because there are a lot of routine things that a town administrator would be responsible for, printing stuff out and copying, that would in some way not best utilize the talent of a real town administrator. So coming back to, you know, if we have limited hours, I think it should be somebody, you know, with a talent of grant money and an actual town administrative experience, not secretarial.
Okay.
Right.
Do you think that that person in that role, because previously we had the secretary, Michelle was the secretary to the board. Do we need that additional position, or should this be all within that same contract. This person is at the meetings, and in my opinion, there's no reason that they couldn't take those notes for us, keep those minutes. And that would be a part of this position, that they would be required to publish those minutes within, what is it, 5 days?
Right now it's 10, but.
Okay.
Well, yeah, for
COVID.
What are your thoughts on that, Jeff, as far as utilizing that position to eliminate that additional, because I think that was it $3,000 or $6,000 extra in the budget?
Yeah, no, I agree that there's probably 40 hours of work, whether we want to have it one person do it or 3/4 one person and 1/4 somebody else. But I mean, to me, there is a full-time position here with the inclusion of administrative assistant, quote, secretarial work, quote unquote.
Okay. Anybody else have thoughts on that? So,
well, I actually do. I think of the times when we've really been working on like ordinances per se, or some of these other issues where there's been a lot of research into the law. And I wonder how you have all that to work on with us and still be responsible for taking minutes. And I'm not sure. Because usually the town administrator has got a lot of information for us. You know, they're not just sitting there through the meeting. You know, as we get back into a mode where we're really cranking through some things, you know.
Yep. Sandy, your thoughts?
Well, you're all right. I can see good points on all of it. It would be nice if, you know, when you did have a full-time administrative assistant and she had a secretary, we actually got copies, or the board members got copies of all the committee report minutes. So we knew what was going on with the rec department and the planning commission, and because we had their minutes. And that does take time. But then the board is really, everybody knows what's going on. But also at that time, we had Vermont Yankee paying the bills.
Sure would be nice to have them again.
Sure would.
So I guess at this point, what is because we are into April now. July is coming quickly, and I think that we need to move on this. What is everybody's thoughts as far as utilizing VLCT or somebody of the like to help with this job search? Jeff?
I think we definitely, whether it's VLTC or private headhunter agency, I think whatever money we spend in the job search is well worth it. I think as chair, Chris, you need to tell the rest of us what kind of time frame you want us to get back to you as far as our thoughts and trying to finalize a job description and what we feel we need to look for. So, you know, in a way, you tell us when you want us to finalize our thoughts.
Sure. Yep. And I just, I'm trying to organize myself and my thoughts as well. So that's why I just want to make sure that we're touching on everything as far as everybody's thoughts on the recruitment, kind of everybody's just overall thought of what this position looks like, so that then we can look at what that description should be and start to put some timelines in place. So it sounds like you feel that we should be using some outsourced agency to assist in this job hunt.
Yeah, definitely. But like I said, we need to figure out exactly what we're looking for before we make that step of contacting some assistance.
Fair. So Go ahead, Tom. You look like you got something to say.
I think this is where we go back to perhaps we do a Zoom workshop. It won't be as fun as a regular facilitation, but really go through what you want this person to do. Get it honed down, because there's some differences on expectations just from listening to the five of you. There's a lot of common understanding and agreement, but there is some differing approaches to how you want to go after this. And I think that if you spent an hour doing that, you'd get it honed down. A new and appropriate job description could be written up for your review, and then you could go out to, and I'm talking within a week or 10 days. I'm not saying that this has got to be dragged out, but there is enough, at least from my listening, there's enough fuzziness, for lack of a better term, that needs to be clarified before you go out and hire somebody and figure out what you're recruiting for.
Right. So,
and there may be less expensive ways in the league to do this.
All right. So what does everybody, I'm looking at next Wednesday, the 15th. Does that evening work for everybody to have a discussion about this? That would give us all the week to look over this information. Tom, I would ask that we get those other two job descriptions this Thursday emailed out to the board. And then that would give everybody,
email them.
Perfect. So that would give everybody 6 days from that point to finalize what their thoughts are on this, and we could meet next Wednesday at 6:30 if that works for, and we could say that we're going to keep that to an hour. Everybody has their thoughts, and then we can discuss it and make changes at that point. Sandy?
Sounds good.
Jeff?
Yeah, no, we'll do it.
Gene?
Good.
Michael?
Sounds good.
All right, so Tom, if you would so kindly warn that meeting for next Wednesday at 6:30.
As a work session.
Yes. And then we will wait for the additional 2 job descriptions that are lingering in the town office.
Yeah.
That will give everybody time to go over the ones that have already been provided, make changes. I truthfully don't care if somebody rewrites the entire thing on going a different direction, if that's the way that you see fit. I think that this is the time to do it. We've heard the employees' issues. We've heard the squawking around town from people. So, and then we all have our own feelings as well. So I think that we have enough information to be able to put something together that makes sense. And we can reconvene next Wednesday about that. And I just lost my agenda. There was one more thing on there, wasn't there? Oh, review of preschool and after school staff. We had said that we would readdress this at this meeting. Obviously, everything has been extended. It is still my feeling that that money is there. It is budgeted. It is what it is. My suggestion is that we do the exact same thing that we did in our special meeting last week, where we extend this out and look at it again. Thoughts, starting with Michael.
Sounds good.
Jeff.
That's fine. I guess one suggestion I would make, I suppose probably to the rec board, as they administer preschool, is, you know, maybe some suggestion of an online preschool gathering. Probably there's some parents that would appreciate their preschool kids being distracted for an hour or two. So I would propose that if we're paying people, I mean, with high school, there's a lot of online learning that's still going on. So I would suggest that, you know, in preschool, maybe try, try some kind of online activities.
I like it. That's a great idea. I will reach out to Seth after this meeting. I like that a lot. I think that would, as a parent of a younger child, he's not in preschool, but man, I would take a break. If somebody could entertain him for a couple of minutes, that'd be great. So I will reach out to him for sure. Jean, your thoughts?
Yep, let's revisit it. Do we want to say when?
When did we decide that we would revisit the other ones? That was May 5th, I believe. Is that right, Sandy?
Yes, May 5th.
Yeah.
Well, do we need to do it on May 5th? The governor's decided that school is not going back. So I think that this one, we could almost decide that we're just going to carry this out to the end of the contracted year. And then we don't have to revisit this one. Is Sandy?
I guess at that point, as I think I mentioned the last time that we had talked about the after school program, those expenses for after school are contingent upon budgeted income.
I do remember, yeah.
And there's no after school income coming in. So I really wouldn't be in favor of continuing to pay after school staff through the end of the school year, because there's no income.
There's no budget.
To offset their expenses.
Right.
Well, I think you could say the same for the preschool, because those kids are paying tuition, and the grants that they get, that all carries that program. So they're
but their grant money, there is some money coming in to continue to cover.
Well, hopefully.
There's not an after school. I mean, that's totally funded by parents. There's no grants to run the after school program.
No.
All right.
No, but the kids are, there's a lot of tuition coming into the preschool program too. So
Well, yeah, I guess it depends on who you talk to. I don't think it's ever really covered the cost of the whole program. I mean, the tuition, I mean, my daughter went through preschool, and frankly, financially, it was a great deal.
right. Well, I know they get a lot of grant money.
Yeah. And again, the after school program, I mean, they have to be self-sufficient. So I wouldn't support continuing to pay the after school staff for the whole year. I got no problem to May, but.
So what if we were to continue this to May 5th? But we asked Mr. Dio to join us at our last meeting of the month and have him explain the budget that you're questioning, Jeff, and just how the finances of that after school work, so that we would have that information prior to the May 5th meeting so that we could have and make an educated decision. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, but if this the situation, shelter in place, goes on for all summer, do we pay lifeguards at the pool? Do we pay?
They're not currently on our payroll. I think that's a huge difference.
But
I see what you're saying, but those are people that are going into the summer knowing that they have nothing right now, whereas these other people had their feet taken right out from under them at.
Yeah, I don't dispute that, but I mean, there are a lot of other people that they've lost jobs through no fault of their own too. I mean, unfortunately, that's kind of the life that we're facing.
Right, but those people are taking unemployment, and if these employees took unemployment, it's just coming out of another line item in our budget anyway. That's not coming from the state, is my understanding.
So I guess my question again is, as far as the after school staff, these aren't full-time jobs. I mean, so I don't preschool program, those are full-time jobs.
Right.
They have benefits, and I wouldn't agree with taking away pay for preschool. But again, after school program, I mean, these are part-time jobs.
Well, and two of the preschool teachers are part-time. I believe one of them's only 10 hours a week. So does that mean that they're excluded from this?
Well, in that case, yeah, I would.
If there's a
bring it up.
Wow.
Michael, you were trying to say something?
If there's a time there's no kids enrolled in after school during a normal school year, are they not paid? Are they paid?
I don't have that answer. I think, again, this is where we may want to have Mr. Dio join us.
Yeah.
To give us some answers at the next meeting, because these are all certainly valid questions and valid points.
I can tell you that in Brattleboro, they're interviewing for their summer help, but they also, it's with the understanding if they're able to do their programs, you know, they're not guaranteed jobs.
Right.
So, you know, they're not employees and they know they may not be.
Sandy?
I think we're going to revisit it, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I will speak with Seth this evening about the preschool, and I will also ask him about that meeting.
We get recommendations.
I've lost my connection.
No, you're still here.
Okay, my internet is unstable. It keeps going in and out. I missed that last comment of yours, Mr. Chairman. It froze.
I don't honestly remember. I was making a note over here, so.
I think you mentioned you're going to talk to Seth about.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll reach out to Seth about Mr. Dunkley's suggestion about the preschool staff reaching out to those kiddos and potentially just entertaining them for a little while. And then we will invite Mr. Dio to our April 19th, 17th, 21st, April 21st meeting. And we will, I believe we're in agreement that we will continue to do what we are doing as far as the pay for those two departments until May 5th, with further discussion on the 21st. Does that sound right to everybody?
Yeah, I've got that noted, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Perfect. So that I believe is, oh, wait a minute. So I guess at that point, town administrators report.
I'm looking at what there is here. Some of this we've already discussed. I think Mr. Emery went through the COVID issue very well. I'm working with him on those things as well. Tim and I are working well together on things as they came up. The tractor bid's been discussed. Trash and recycling was discussed at the last meeting, where the committee will be looking at the contract for Triple T and making a recommendation back to the select board. I don't know if my notes are buried on that, but they're also going to look at bag prices and things like stickers like Westminster does that the chairman brought up.
Could I jump in here, Tom? I'm sorry, sure. Because we missed a agenda item. We need a nomination for Sandra to the Solid Waste Committee. Could I please get one?
That's Ms. Rule, right?
It's Rulowich, isn't it?
Rulowich.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I move that.
Go ahead.
I move that we appoint Sandra Rulowich to the Solid Waste Committee.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Harris. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Perfect. So Tom, if you could also let her know that she is now nominated and that her motion, or the motion to nominate her as chair to that committee this evening, will now be okay. And you can continue with your, and on that, yes, they did organize this evening. They are already, they will start meeting, I believe, next Thursday, or it's the 16th. And I have tasked them to get us their information and recommendations by our second meeting in May. And that way we could sign that triple T contract as long as everybody is in agreement. And that gives us a little bit of wiggle room before July 1st. That would give us an additional meeting to discuss and raise any questions that we might have. So Tom, back to you as far as the admin report.
Yeah, I just wanted to note to you folks that North Star subcontractor contacted me, and again, this is more of a learning curve. You folks will probably already know this. They're going to start building on the property that they bought off of 142, where the substation was. They're going to have a garage type facility there. It's right by where the high tension, where the high tension wires come through. And they will first need to go to Act 250 relative to their, and to Agency of Natural Resources relative to the septic. I was checking with the assessors on some things on that. It's just a heads up, you're gonna see some work going on up there in the near future by the sub. In case there's no building permit necessary because of the, no zoning and things. And then I've been in contact with Representative Coffey on a number of issues over the past that have to do with COVID specifically. And she's been more than fantastic about responding to my queries, especially the Department of Labor stuff that I'm interested in, because we need to know how, if we're paying people that are currently not essential and they're at home, we want to see how we may be able to get that recouped. And there may be a way to do that.
That it, sir?
That's all, Mr. Chairman. The rest of it we've discussed.
All right. Next meeting will be on next meeting will be next Wednesday at 6:30.
Right.
That will be a work session followed by our normal select board meeting on April 21st. Could I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunkley. He won that one. All those in favor? Aye. All right. We are adjourned. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, you too.
So let's call the meeting to order. It's 7:02. Just a technical thing for those of you, we don't have the bandwidth for that, Keegan. For the video. So anyway, just a technical thing. Everybody who's dialed in, you can unmute yourself and speak. If you're on the computer, you can actually, there's a way to raise your hand and I can see you. If you're on a phone, you're just going to have to talk and I'll get to you as soon as I can. That about covers the technicalities. If you're having trouble hearing, let us know. I apologize, but I don't think we have the bandwidth to do this. The early video with the access with this many people on here, we were freezing and hitching and whatever. The meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro TV, so any of the visual presentations we have tonight will be available to anybody, but we're just not going to be able to see each other on this, but we can all hear each other. So anyway, we have two new board members. One is virtual, Keegan, and the other is here, Dana West. We can introduce ourselves for the camera and for the public. I'm Joe Winrick, I'm the chair, and then we can just start down on bottom end there.
Leanne Jolson, Brookline.
Dana West, Jamaica Rep.
Lori Garland, Director of Finance.
Al Clausen, Townsend. Bill Antone, Superintendent.
Ken McFadden, Newfane.
Mike Foley, at-large member from Townsend.
Do you board members on the virtually want to say anything?
I'm Keegan. I'm from Jamaica.
Good sound.
I'm Lindsay Bertram from Newfane.
All right, and I know we have Trish. We also have some principals.
Trish got at large.
Yep. Okay. Are there any additions or corrections to the agenda? I have one that's not on there. Lori brought me a lease from West River Valley Thrives that we need to add to the agenda down under, new business, I suppose, F. Just needs to be hopefully approved and signed. Anything else, folks? All right. Okay. Quick look at the board norms. These are probably especially important tonight to maintain our focus, communicate respectfully, be present, keep the board productive and effective, and respect the agenda, staying on task. Adding the virtual participation to this is going to make that, all that more important that we pay attention to that. Okay, members of the public, if you're here to talk about something that's on the agenda, we'd ask you to join us at that point. If you're here to talk about something that's not on the agenda, now is your moment. Yes, sir. Please state your name and town for the camera.
My name is David LaPasta. I live in Fountain. I would like to ask on behalf of a number of parents that the current proposed health curriculum be looked at and possibly addressed to accommodate proper education for us parents on the changing subjects that will be discussed prior to teaching our children. As parents play an important role in our children's education, and this is something we need to get right.
Okay.
Could I just ask
could you help us with that? Because
sure. Could you just tell me a little bit more? I'm a little bit aware, but
specifically to the amaze.org curriculum.
Okay. And what is your request?
My request is that we look into it a little further. Maybe we educate parents as to what we're going to be teaching our children.
Okay.
Prior to just teaching our children.
Okay.
At the least.
What was that curriculum? I'm sorry.
Amaze.org.
Amaze.org. And what school does your child attend? Okay.
Okay.
One more. Can I ask one more question?
Sure, please.
Would it be okay for the principal of that school to directly contact you to follow up on what you? Okay. Thank you. I will make sure that happens.
Task for sure.
Thank you.
You have a question?
I'm good.
No, Ken.
Nope.
Okay. All right. The principal will be in contact with you. You're welcome. Anything else? All right. Moving right along, correspondence. I believe there was a memo in the board packet that went to everybody, and it should be posted as well, from Rick Heggie with regard to posting information on the school Facebook pages with respect to summer programs and things, and just kind of pointing out that we should probably talk about, as an entire district, what we have as a policy on sharing that kind of information and making that available. Right now, it could be, while I'm sure there was no intent, it could be seen as favoritism that a couple of programs got mentioned, and there are other programs that exist, I'm sure, that didn't get a mention and could. So just, in a future meeting, I think we probably want to look at, sort of as a board, a policy about how we deal with this kind of public information posting. Since Rick is here, is there anything you want to add to my explanation of your correspondence, Rick?
Yeah, to me, it's just a matter of being fair. And then I saw the two things from Newfane that were several days apart, even. So I'll be honest, there's too much happening coming out of DC, which keeps promoting this and promoting that as opposed to this and this and this. And I'm all for information for the parents. I think it should be looked at as a whole, so that in this case, every program would have equal opportunity to have their stuff presented at the same time. That way nobody can sit there and scream, well, you forgot me, or you discriminated. Because like I said in the note, there are at least 4, maybe 5 preschool programs that our students attend. And so at the very least, every one of those programs should have an opportunity to put something together for distribution to all the parents. Okay, so it's a matter of fairness more than anything, and being equal to a non-public entity.
Yep, thank you. So we can add that to a future agenda, talking about what the policy would be on that.
I've got that down.
Okay, great. Does anybody else have any correspondence that they received? It's the only thing I saw. No? Okay. The next piece is the fiscal year 21 budget information. I know Lori put together a presentation. You can project that.
Oh, right.
So take it away.
Okay, well, it might be easier for the board members if you wanted to go over there to be able to view it. Those of you online, the board did receive the presentation on Friday. I will have it uploaded after tonight. We didn't want to, our IT department was pretty overwhelmed with everything that's going on, so I did not get to them to ask them to upload it to the board site, but it will be up there as soon as possible. Okay. So we're going to talk tonight about the budget development process and how the unified tax rate is established, and then how it flows through to your town and to you individually. But before we do, let's just step back and take a look at what does West River represent. Okay. So the best place to start is with the mission statement. So I'm going to read that mission statement to you. In West River Modified Union Education District, all students will have an outstanding educational experience in a safe and welcoming environment so that they may achieve and surpass their learning goals. In West River Modified Education District is responsible to the needs of its community and provides the necessary systems, staffing, and resources needed to ensure that all of our students will become informed, empowered, and engaged global citizens. So where are those students? They are in 3 elementary schools, pre-K K through 5, and 1 middle high school grades 6 through 12. Serving, next slide, serving 546 students in all, right? All of them are West River students. Where are those students? For some new board members and for the public that will look at this online. They are in our southern school, Newbrook, with approximately 98 students. Newbrook typically runs straight grades, and when I say straight grades, I mean 1 teacher per grade. And they run K through 5. Okay, Jamaica, our northernmost school, has 35 students this year, and they run in combined grades. They also run a pre-K program, pre-K through 5. Leland and Gray Middle High School is running grades 6 through 12 this year, and they have approximately 296 students. Some of those students are tuitioned in from sending towns, so this would be Dover, Marlborough, Wardsboro, Athens, Grafton. And then in the center of town, Townsend Elementary School has roughly 117 students this year, and they also typically run straight grades. They offer a pre-K program through 5. So these are the board values, which are also up here on the wall, and they are also on the board's website because you cannot read them on the screen right here. And I asked Joe to speak a little bit about the board values and how they were developed.
Okay, so when this board was first formed, long before we became operational, we came together and spent a day in a retreat where we talked about the different pieces that would make up the new district and the things that were unique about each building and educational community that we were now going to be responsible for that made it special. And we made a long list of the things that we valued based on each different school. And there were a lot of similarities, but there were some differences. And then we started talking about what we wanted for our children, and we started putting down some of that too. And we came up with our first list of the West River Education District values. And then as we moved forward in the next year, when we were making budget decisions and decisions about how things would work programmatically and everything, we would try and refer back to those values and say, okay, how does this support that value? And how are we making sure that this value is being represented? And then before we became operational, we had another retreat where we spent another part of a day, and we took those values that we had operated under for a year, and we started saying, okay, what works, what doesn't work, how does this change, what have we learned, what's the sort of progression here? And this is the second iteration of those values where, we tried to take. And it took us quite a while to do this. The board did the work as a group, and then there was a small group of people, and we probably devoted 3 or 4 meetings where we had continuing discussion about what they would look like, where we condensed it down to core values and then some specific values based on where you are on sort of the education continuum. And these values are still, I think as a board, we're looking at those things, we're referring back to them constantly as we make decisions and trying to make sure that we remember that that's what we've agreed is important for our children, as well as, I fully anticipate that at some point next summer, we'll sit down and spend part of the day again going through and saying, okay, now what? What's changed? What have we learned? I'm sure that we'll come out of the experience that we're having right now, having learned a great deal, about values and what's really important and what we can make work. And I think, so it's a constantly evolving document, but it just gives the board and the administration and everybody really a way to go back and say, okay, look, here's where our focus really ought to be. Here's what we thought about. Here's what we like. Here's what we think. They're not carved in stone, but it is a point of reference for us. So we try to use those as we make decisions constantly.
Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
So, of course, those play into the budget development. So using the values and using these guiding principles, we have a budget process. So I'm going to start, actually, for the good of the group, I'm going to start back. Where does the budget process actually start, right? So it actually starts around October 1st at the SU office, and it is what we call our special ed service plan. So the special ed service plan is due to the AOE by mandate on October 15th. So that's where the whole process starts. In that process, we're planning for, the Director of Special Education is planning for services that will be for the next fiscal year. So about a year and a half in advance is what she's planning. So then, along those lines comes the SU superintendent's budget. So the superintendent's budget is the central office as well as the business office. You gotta love video. That's great.
Like, who is that?
So all of these budgets, the superintendent's budget and the special education budget, and then the agency budget, which is reviewed, not voted on, all feed into the individual district's budgets. So that's where it starts. Around November, December is when the SU board as a whole votes on the superintendent's budget and the special ed budget. They also review the agency fund budget at that point.
Lori?
Yes.
Could you repeat that one more time, just so the public knows when WCSU part of the budget is put in place so they can show up for meetings?
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So between the months of November and December, typically that is when the SU budget and also special education budget is presented to the SU board. It sometimes will take a couple of meetings of questions and that type of thing, but that is the typical time frame.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So this season for West River, so we're going to talk about West River now going forward. We formed a budget committee, the board formed a budget committee, and the purpose of the budget committee was to take a deeper dive into the budget to better understand where the numbers come from and what the numbers represent. Okay, so following these guidelines, a first draft was presented to the board, the full board on 12/9. So this was the life cycle of the budgets this year. As you can see, the first bar is fiscal year 20. So we're always comparing year over year or against fiscal year 20 in this case. The first draft that came in was a 7.72% increase in expenses. And then the second draft actually came down by 1%, almost 1.5%. But was still over the current year we're in by 6%, okay? And then in the third and final draft, it came down another 3.43% and ended up to be year over year 2.88%. Okay, so that was the life cycle. So let's talk about, I wanted to talk through each of these drafts so that everybody could understand what the deliberations were as we walked through this. So what were the major budgetary impacts of the first draft? First of all, there's the professional and non-professional salary increases for all of West River. Okay, so some of this is part of the negotiations that happen typically every year. Healthcare premium increases and changes to plans. This year alone, healthcare premium increases were 12.9%. The special ed and the ECSE budget increases. Now, remember, this is where I said these come in from the central office or from the special ed budget. And ECSE stands for Early Childhood Special Education. They are separate budgets because they are separate funding sources at this point. And then this year, typically I go around to the principals and I find out their needs for the next year, their needs and their wants. And this year we had the principals actually filled out submitted a budget proposal that tied to the district's values and also how the requests fit into our continuous improvement plan that the SU has. And so these were the first that came out. It was an increase of 5.48 FTEs for $439,000, which included a 0.75 additional math in the high school, an additional nurse at 1.08, an additional technology provider, additional custodial staff in Townsend due to the increase in students there, a 0.20 PE, which brought us more into compliance with the education quality standards, a 0.20 guidance, a 1.0 para support, and a 0.50 duty para. So that was the request that came in. There were also some miscellaneous budget increases, which were some money went into grounds upkeep, supplies, and then there were some outside tuition costs that we had to put in the budget for $32,000. So that's what was presented to begin with. The full board came back and asked the administration and the budget committee to reduce the budget by 2%. So remember I said that the first draft was about 7.72% year over year. So they asked to cut 2%. So we went back to the drawing board. Not a lot we can do with putting in for increases. So those stayed the same. Slight variation on the healthcare. We recognized some changes in the upcoming healthcare law. Special ed and ECSE budget does not change at this point. And then we took a look at the leaders' requests and reduced those. So what did we reduce? We reduced nurse, technology, and guidance. And then on the miscellaneous side, there was some money in for capital improvements. One of the items was a Leland and Gray bathroom project upgrade, and that was taken out. So $50,000 was reduced there. All right. So now we're on to the third and final. So this is, again, our top three really don't change very much at this point. And now we're down to cutting down to a 0.80. So what happened between budget 2 draft and budget 3 was the revenues started to come in from the state and also the equalized pupils. Okay, so when I was able to present draft 2, it had revenue assumptions which were decreased. We had a decrease of $152,000 of revenue and also equalized pupils. So between the decrease in revenues and the increase in expenditures, the tax rate was basically not tolerable. So the full board asked the administration to come back with a budget that was $500,000 less and did not affect programming. Okay, so these were the items that were cut. It wasn't that nurse was cut, it was that the additional nursing staff was cut. So it was back to its original level. Same thing for custodial. There was also a professional staff position that was cut that did not affect programming because it was, it's a reorganization of students at that point. So some of the bigger cuts down here, which are a little bit hard to read this far out, but we had the bathroom project that we had already cut. All the supply lines across the entire budget were cut 25%. And then the remainder is the removal of the balance of the capital improvement money of $145,000. So this represents cleaning only for next year. No projects, just cleaning. So this was the budget that was approved at that meeting on was January 27th, and yeah, we can talk about where the different functions. What does it represent? So this was the $12 million budget that you see in your annual report. And what are the different percentages of services? So direct instruction is 55% of this budget, okay? So then add on co-curricular and work-based learning for another 4%. Student support services, which is your nurses and guidance counselors, is another 8%. My numbers are really small. Board and SU assessment is 6%. Administration and front office, this is the principal's office in the budget, is 9%. Technology is 4%. Building operations represents 7% of this budget. Transportation 3%. Food service 1%, and debt service was 3%. So that was the breakdown on the major functions. Okay, so now we get to how do we get to a cost per student, which is what drives your tax rate. Okay, so the total expenses came in at $12 million, you can see there, and there are some offsetting revenues that we have to subtract out. Offsetting revenues are tuition, grants, small schools grant, transportation aid, anything like that that is not ed spending. Okay, so you subtract that off. So a simple calculation gets it down to $10 million. This is what needs to be raised to run West River. We divide that by the equalized pupils that is driving the cost there, and we get a cost per student of $20,000, almost 21. Okay, so now we're going to take the cost per student and we're going to get it down to the unified tax rate. So we start out with, nope, back one. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Thank you. So we start out with that $20,970, and we have to look at it in terms of the threshold. So the threshold is a basically a containment measure that the state has put into place, right? So it's $18,756. If you're over that, then you're paying a penalty, which this is over it. So the penalty is $2,214. There are some exclusions to the penalty. Capital improvements is actually one of them. So the payment for the bond for the biomass project is actually helps to offset the penalty in this case. It's all broken down on a per pupil basis. So the penalty or the double taxation that is in play here is $1,400, $1,487.
Per student.
Per student, right. Thank you. So that's added to the $20,000 above, and that gives you your cost per student with the penalty. Okay, so that's where we're,
Ma'am?
Mr. Anton.
Madam, could you just explain that in terms of, so the budget is built for expenditures of $20,970, but because of the system, the taxpayer is charged for the $22,457.
Right,
Okay.
that is correct. All right. Okay, so we take that $22,000 now that includes the penalty, and we're looking at dividing it by the yield that is set by the state on December 1st. As you came in, there aren't a lot of people in the audience tonight, but there is an information sheet of frequently asked questions about all of these terms that I'm going through here, and I would ask that you would take the time to read through those to understand what they mean. So we divide it by that, and we get the unified tax rate, which is $2.06. That actually, and I want to just focus on that for a second, because that's your true tax rate. Okay, so you have incentives because you chose to voluntarily merge, which is wonderful, but that really is your true tax rate. Okay, so there were two different mergers that are in play for West River here in this budget. One is the 6 cents, so it was 8, 6, 4, and 2 cent incentive rates that come off your tax rate, comes off the unified tax rate. And we're in year 2, so it's 6 cents. Those are gradually going down. That's why I point out the $2.06 above. Well,
Oh, sorry.
one more, sorry. So I just want to keep everybody have in mind, $2 tax rate, right? Easy to remember. Okay, now you can go forward. Okay, there's a whole lot of words on here, and I hate it when slides have a lot of words on them. This is actually, it's another incentive, the 5% incentive, and it is another incentive based on voluntary merger that basically says, in a nutshell, I gotta get to the right page, because I had to write this out, because I want to give you the simple version. In a nutshell, it means that a tax rate is not allowed to increase or decrease more than 5% as compared to the previous year's equalized tax rate. Not unified tax rate, it's a different rate, okay? It comes from the state. Once that rate surpasses, the town gets the unified, that we just talked about, the $2 rate, forevermore. Okay, so once you go beyond that, and I have a chart on the next slide that maybe lays it out a little bit better. This is fiscal year 21, and it looks back at 20's equalized tax rate. Okay, that may not have been the tax rate on your bill. Okay, that was it's a little different calculation that the state is using to compare. Okay, so for this year, Brookline, Newfane, and Townsend are all in the green, which they're not really in the green because I forgot the green. But they're in the green. They still have that 5% protection, okay? Jamaica last year, based on the previous equalized tax rate, surpassed. So they lost this protection. So it says that, you know, you can't go above, so the town ETR is basically the max. Brookline's at the max there. It's comparing it. Jamaica's getting the $2 tax rate as their starting point. This is all before CLA. Newfane is at 1.88 before CLA, and Townsend is at 1.9554. 5.4 before the CLA. All right.
What happens after that 5 years?
So the 5% incentive is scheduled to keep on, I don't know, on task with the 8, 6, 4, and 2, although I have heard that it may be pulled back before then. We just have to take it year by year at this point.
And like, for example, Newfane's taxes last year were actually up 12%. And their tax bill only showed 5%, correct?
Right.
So when does that other 7 come back to haunt you in the end?
Does it come back to haunt you in the end? Well, who pays for the incentives? Everybody across the state is paying for the incentives. So eventually, yes, it will come back. Because think of it this way. The incentive, remember when we were at the $2.06, I think it was, that was your real tax rate? So these two incentives are artificially lowering your taxes. And that will go away and you will see an increase. Or not, depending on the next few years, right? What happens? There's a lot of things in play right now.
Okay.
Okay, so who does this tax rate affect? It affects everybody, right? Homeowners, renters, retirees, parents, guardians, grandparents, and it affects from the following towns, including Wyndham. So everybody understands that this tax rate affects them as well because they vote on part of the budget. So their tax rate has the secondary rate in it. Okay, and how? There's two different ways that you pay on your homestead or you're going to pay on income sensitivity. So let's go down through and look at each town and what has happened over time. So Brookline, we have Leanne here, she's our representative from Brookline. What has your tax rate done over the last 7 years? Okay, it's gone up, obviously. It's gone up about 28%. And I just want to also point out, what has the CLA done, right? Because the CLA has a big effect on your tax rate, right? We all get to a unified tax rate. West River gets to a unified tax rate, and then it has to go through the CLA, and that can make a big difference in a year's time. So look at what happened to Brookline. Their CLA jumped almost 6%, 5%. So, all right, let's go to Jamaica. All right, Jamaica's gone up 58 cents or 40% in 7 years. But look what their CLA has done, okay? The CLA in fiscal year 15 is starting out at 110%, right? That means that 10% or almost 11% of the properties were selling below property value. So while it's good for real estate, where their CLA is right now, it's not so great for their tax rate. Okay. Newfane. Newfane has kind of jumped around a little bit, but started out at 102 and is down to 96. Great. Things are going well selling in Newfane. Again, affecting their tax rate. When the CLA goes down, tax rates go up. Okay, Townsend. Townsend saw 20% over the last 7 years. I thought this was interesting. When I looked back at Jamaica, for instance, they started out at lower in fiscal year 15 at $1.43, right? Townsend starting out in fiscal year 15, $1.63, 20 cents higher already, right? So, and you can see what their CLA did, particularly from, what is that, 18 to 19? Or 9, yeah, 18 to 19? Yeah. So that was a big hit. Okay, so let's get back to just looking at.
Oh, question from the audience.
Yes.
Townsend has not been reappraised since 2014. You had it marked as 2019, I think.
Well,
Yeah.
that's when the CLA changed.
Well, that's when the CLA dropped to under 100, but we didn't do a reappraisal.
Okay.
Yeah, Brookline didn't have a reappraisal either.
It wasn't a reappraisal.
It was probably one property during the 5 star.
We were one property skewed the whole thing, you know.
Okay, so not a reappraisal, but yeah, that can happen in a town. It does say on the tax website, I'll have to go back and look. Sometimes it says reappraisal. I thought it said that, but I'll look and see. So let's go back and just look at the year over year. So the fiscal year 20 tax rate to the fiscal year 21. And these are all estimates, okay? This is, we know that until June 1st or after June 1st, this can still fluctuate, different things that happen. Mainly up in Montpelier at this point. Okay, so we see Brookline, slight decrease, very slight. But you see their CLA went up 5.48%. Jamaica, almost 7% increase. Newfane, 6.38% increase, and Townsend, a 5.24% increase in tax rates. But you can see the other 3 towns, their CLAs went down. Okay. So now, if you own property in the state of Vermont, there are two ways you are going to pay your property taxes. You are going to pay on, you can pay on income sensitivity or on your homestead. So if your household earns, and when I say household, I don't mean a person, right? If your entire household earns less than $136,500, you qualify for state payments or a property tax adjustment on your property tax bill. If your household earns over that, then you don't qualify and you pay on your homestead. Okay, so I have a couple of examples, but these are really broad overviews of examples, and I want to make sure that I'm clear on this, okay? Each individual's tax situation is unique, and there's not a table or a chart somewhere that's going to say this is what your tax credit's going to be, okay? There is now on the Vermont Department of Taxes a tax calculator. It actually works pretty well. I've done it for myself. I've done it for some of the towns here. However, I'll caution, if you do use it, it does not take into account incentives. Okay, so those are nowhere to be found on that. So if I'm from Dummerston and we did not merge voluntarily, so I can figure out my taxes pretty close. But it would be a little bit harder for one of the West River towns people to go and do that. So first, we're going to talk about income sensitivity. So the Smith household earns $75,000 and they live in a house. Their homestead is worth $200,000. Okay. So in fiscal year 20, they would have received a property tax credit on their property tax bill of $1,466. And that's based on the income sensitivity percentage of 3.03%. Now that income sensitivity percentage can be found on the 3-year comparison, which is in your annual report, okay? So for fiscal year 21, seeing that they did not get any big bonuses or anything like that, they are still at $75,000 and their house is worth $200,000. They would only receive a property tax credit of $1,398. Okay, so, and that's based on the income sensitivity percentage of 3.35%. Okay, because the tax rate went up, the cost per student went up, that also went up. So the results are actually an increase in their tax payment of $240. So every single person is affected. Okay, not just people that pay 100%. Not that they can afford it either. Okay, so I want to make that clear because I've had that criticism that people that don't have income sensitivity, it's still a burden on them as well. So this is the Jones household, and they all combined earn $150,000, and they reside in Jamaica, and their homestead is worth $200,000. In 20, they would have paid $3,760, and in 21, they would have paid $4,022, resulting in an increase in property taxes of $262 or 7%. We saw that 7% earlier there. So what are the next steps? Next steps are to vote. Okay, there's an important reminder about Article 17. Okay, and I would ask that you would turn in your annual report to page 16, okay? There are 2 articles on the ballot. One is for primary and one is for secondary. If you vote yes to primary and no to secondary, or yes to secondary and no to primary, and the budget fails, the board is going to come back and look at the whole budget because it's a pre-K through 12 budget, okay? It's not a primary and a secondary budget. The whole reason for Article 17, you can read, I have that article mentioned on page 16 in your annual report. So if you're going to support the budget, vote yes on both. If you're going to not support the budget, then vote no on both. Okay. Future planning. I'm going to let Bill take over here and talk about what is West River, what is the administration doing to look into the future and to just some different things that we have planned on the horizon. So, thank you, Bill.
I'm gonna peer into the future. Are you gonna click for me?
Yeah, I'm going over.
First of all, thank you, Lori.
Good job.
Yes, thank you, Lori. This is like filming Jeopardy. You know, there's no real studio audience. You do 10 in a day, and then they just bring people in, and then they.
What is CLA for 200?
Exactly. This is the exciting stuff. This is the stuff that people, I believe, got on the board, wanted to get on the board, to think about how to shape the future of 5 communities. This community started discussing coming together 12 years ago and proposed a vote 3.5 years ago and voted in the communities to create one district. And we've been working the last couple of years to just kind of come together. But now we're at an inflection point where, if you could click the next thing, where we're at a point where our planning for the future is going to coincide with a opportunity for leveling of our students. And so this is really it. This is our shot as a community to do the right thing, to do some deep planning, some deep thinking, get feedback from our community, hear what people want to invest in for the next 50 years. Because if we get this wrong, then we're going to keep revisiting what Lori showed us at the very beginning, where we're going through 3 iterations of a budget and we're reducing down $800,000, and we're not doing anything about the improvement of the plant. We are not doing anything beyond what we're currently doing. We are just maintaining the status quo. And our students don't deserve the status quo. Our communities don't deserve the status quo. But we're going to have to do some hard work. We're going to have to make some hard decisions. And we're going to have the community invested in the path that this board is going to lead. That's one of the exciting things I think we have in front of us. It's very, very challenging. But you all have made some high-quality decisions, I would say, over the last few years. You've hired some really good principals. You've hired a really good business manager. You have the people in place that can make this happen. But it's going to take some work. So what's the next slide? Pretty good one. Yeah. Before that, this is why we're doing the work. We're doing the work for our kids now, our kids in the future, and then a reason for our kids to come back. We raise their families here in our community. We have some things that we're going to talk about later on our board, in our board packet, about some future planning. My goal as the superintendent is to support this board in getting to a place in the fall where you all are presenting to your communities a path forward. It might be 5 paths forward, and you want to hear back from the communities which path they want you to take. It's going to be about student opportunity. It's going to be about cost. It's going to be about investment. And I'm pretty excited about it. I know it's going to be challenging, but this is why you all were elected, and I'm happy to support you and bring our team together to make this happen. So do you have any questions for Lori or I? Awesome.
I'm watching all the unmutes here.
There should be other ways that we should think about getting revenue.
Fantastic. That will be one of the things, if you approve one of our path of planning, that we get to discuss. I love that, Ken. Creative thinking. So Lori wanted to present this tonight because we wanted to memorialize this presentation. We're going to be sharing this across all of our platforms so that people who couldn't be here tonight, people that weren't watching tonight, get an understanding of what they're voting on, why they're voting for this budget, the path, the tough decisions this board went through to get there. But our work isn't done. This was just to get us kind of to the beginning. And now we got to do the work. So I'm excited to do it with you. And Lori, outstanding. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Bill.
Policy.
All right, so next on the agenda, unless we have questions. Anyone? Is everyone online still awake?
You muted them.
They can unmute themselves.
And her kids.
You're scared to
I'm
unmute
awake
yourself.
and I am so inspired by what I've been listening to. I just kept clicking the wrong button. So now I know which one to click. I'm good and I'm going to mute myself again.
All right. Okay, so we're getting the bugs worked out of this technology. Okay, the next thing on the agenda, unless we have a question here, which I didn't see, is policy. There are some things that some policies that need to be discussed. Ken, as chair of the policy committee, you want to do this?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, age of admission. We had warned that policy, we need to adopt it.
Right. So we just need a.
I need a motion.
That was the one we warned at the last meeting. I don't think it's in the packet, but it's actually.
Yes.
Is it? Okay. Sorry, I didn't print everything.
Is it admission or attendance?
Age of admittance.
Admission. Age of admission.
Attendance.
It's attendance on the policy itself. It's wrong on the.
It's wrong on what Bill put.
Yeah.
It's
It's wrong on the agenda.
On the agenda.
Sorry.
What do I got?
No, I did
Age
it
of
wrong.
attendance.
You were doing it right.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So moved, Ken.
So we have a motion to adopt policy C35, age of attendance. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Is there any, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Further discussion?
Nope.
All right, seeing
And never
none.
again. We're not going to ever discuss it again.
All in favor of adopting policy C35, age of attendance, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. The motion carries. Next one, Ken?
Is we're going to warn C5, the weapons policy. There,
Point out that part.
yeah, there was a few changes in it, and it was under the sanctions where it says any student in grades pre-K through 12 who brings a firearm to school shall be brought by the superintendent to the school board for an expulsion hearing. Should I read the whole thing all the way down?
I think those two things are
I
the
think
key.
that's
Everything else was exactly the same from all the previous
Right.
districts.
And the second one is any student in grades pre-K through 12 who brings a non-firearm to school shall have the incident reviewed by the principal in consultation with the superintendent may recommend the student to the school board for an expulsion hearing. Those are the add-ins.
Those are the changes from the existing
Changes from the
policy.
original policy that we had warned, yes.
Go ahead.
Can I ask
Wait, 1 second. We got,
Can I ask
one
a
second,
clarifying
Keith. 1
question
second.
about this policy?
1 second. Al's asking a question because he's here, and then you're next. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you.
So when we say non-firearm, I assume we mean non-firearm weapon.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that clear enough in here? Firearm would be. Could be a pen. It's not a firearm.
A weapon can be any standard instrument.
Okay.
Depending on the intent it is used in.
Right. So
Under definitions, the second bullet on
Oh,
page
okay.
1, it says weapons means a firearm.
Right.
When the policy committee discussed it, they thought that it matched the language that we were given, but the ability to create a distinction between a weapon and a firearm, exactly, and a non-firearm, so that the principal would have some discretion. Because under our old policy, it was an immediate expulsion hearing, and there was no discretion allowed.
Correct.
In the case of like jackknives or
Correct.
anything like that.
But I think Al's asking if we should just put that word in, right?
Yeah,
Right after
Right after
non-firearm.
non-firearm
Oh, just
weapon.
add the word weapon.
Yeah.
Weapon.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
that's right.
Okay, Keegan,
Thank you.
your question?
So this was actually more of just a clarification. At the school I currently teach in, there are school projects that kids have had special permissions to bring in weapons for demonstration purposes, specifically looking at muskets or bayonets as well as swords. So I'm just curious if this policy leaves room for the student creativity, provided that they have school permission to bring in obviously unloaded weaponry, but at least as part of a classroom demonstration.
I would say that under the policy as currently under consideration, that no, there would not be the ability to bring in a sword for a high school presentation.
Okay. How does this, my follow-up question also includes thinking about our rural students. In my school, we have a hunting and sport and fishing club, and they also go through their hunter safety courses, which on occasion does allow them to meet at the school with their weapons before they head off to the firing range. Is that an interest of point to consider for the kids of this school district? Would that ever be something that the children would want to have access to? Or would this policy preclude that option?
It doesn't. It doesn't. At this point, it doesn't.
If they bring it on campus, though.
But if it's on campus, it still can't be on campus.
It wouldn't preclude having a club. It would preclude having the club bring the items on campus.
Okay. I was just looking for some clarification. Thank you very much.
I have a question about that too.
Okay, go ahead, Lindsay, right?
So after hearing that, I feel like that's something that we should maybe look into a little bit further, that at least leaving the door open for a school-sanctioned discussion to happen. And if the school is on board with it, I personally would trust our building principals to make educated decisions on such matters. And if there was a educational reason or in a club instance, something like that, I feel like that's appropriate, and that we should leave room for that.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a
Yeah,
question?
please.
So, Lindsay, just a clarification there. You are interested in the policy committee reviewing the possibility of adding some exceptions, some narrow exceptions to be crafted into the language of the policy?
Yes.
And then Keegan, clarification, you're interested in allowing if the policy committee could talk about some exceptions in educational presentations, could there be some exceptions in the policy for something like that?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. May I say something on the record? Right now, I think we should warn this policy as is, because we do not have a policy in place to cover this in case anything happens, other than our warn policy. So we need to get this policy on board. If these other situations do occur in the future, then it would be brought up to the board, brought to the building principals and the superintendent, and then we will have a chance to readdress them.
Al? Could I ask for a clarification?
Sure.
So, Mr. McFadden, what I hear you say is that you are recommending that the board warn the policy as currently written, but to take the suggestions from Keegan and Lindsay into further discussions of the policy committee while this policy moves forward to become the acting policy, and those discussions occur in a parallel path?
Correct.
Okay.
your question now.
So my question is, as part of that consideration that we'll be looking at, what are the insurance implications for the school?
And that's why we'll have to look at it during policy creation, which is going to be.
Okay. All right.
Okay, anything else on this policy?
What state does she teach in?
Vermont.
Here.
Vermont.
Vermont? Okay, just checking.
So.
Yes. Oh, just to
It must be
clarify,
Vermont.
I do have experience with both of these instances that I brought up. And I can tell you that having a student who's part of the fencing club through Norwich, having him come to my school and giving a demonstration was one of the most transformative things that my students had ever seen. They had never seen fencing as a sport before. And it really kind of broadened their awareness of other clubs and extracurriculars that they could get into. As to the bringing in of a musket, this was part of a lesson related to the Revolutionary War and the French and Indian War that I had taught. And a couple of kids came in with their parents to talk about the revolution of weapon development. And that was also another way where some of my students were able to connect on a different playing field. In a very safe, very insured way. So that's just kind of where I'm coming from, having had the experience and seeing the positive outcomes that the kids were able to have.
Okay. So,
Are you interested in being on the policy committee? Or at least
I'd
getting
love
us a
to.
copy of your school's policy?
Okay, Keegan's in. Keegan said yes.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so do you want to make a motion then to warn this policy, Ken?
I do.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion to warn the, what's the policy? Code C5, weapons and firearms?
I just actually have one other question.
Okay.
To Bill, what, as far as timeline goes, is there any reason with these discussions happening side by side that, is there any this policy needs to be in place for a certain amount of time or anything like that, or would we be able to move right immediately into the other policy if we were to?
We could revisit it tomorrow.
Decision.
We could revisit it tomorrow.
Yeah, there's no timeline. Once the board warns and adopts, you could have the revisions ready by the time that you are looking for adoption, and then you could recommend to the board. You don't even want to adopt this one as you warned it. So yeah, you don't have to keep it in place for any amount of time.
Thank you.
Okay, so all in favor of warning policy C5, weapons and firearms, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. It's warned.
One more policy.
Okay.
Would like to warn F31, school closings. I think it's appropriate we have this in place before midnight tonight.
Wow.
Although we're overridden by the governor anyway, but.
So under statute, the superintendent does have the ability to take action as described in this policy, but I thought during this time period that we are living through of COVID-19, it would be a good opportunity for the board to have a policy that reflects that statute and has it out for the public to know that we have that.
Okay. So you want to make a motion to warn that policy as well?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Any discussion, questions on that policy?
We let them call school days, might as well let them call this one.
All right. All in favor of warning policy F31 on school closing, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. That motion passes as well. That's it for policy? Okay.
Yes.
We have, moving on to the reports, the students did not submit anything in writing, and did a student call in?
No.
Okay. So we don't have a student report. We do have both principals' reports and the cabinet report. We have one principal here and the rest of the principals online. Does anyone have any questions for the principals on anything in their reports? Or questions for Bill? We might as well lump it all together.
If they want to share any highlights, would be.
I have some questions.
Okay.
So in looking at the Leland and Gray principal report, underneath the safe and healthy schools section, I noticed that a lot of your improvements are going to be happening during April vacation. And I'm just curious if these improvements, like the walk-in cooler and the radon testing, are going to be impacted by the current school closure or dismissal practices that we're under.
Yes, Bob.
I can answer that the only one that I think cannot be done, again, depending on contractors' availability, is the indoor air quality testing, because the building has to be occupied to do that.
Did you get that?
I did, thank you.
Okay.
Whether or not the other ones actually get done remain to be seen based on what's happening in the outside world.
Right.
But that one can't be done unless the building is full.
Thank you. Anybody else with a question? Anything in any of these reports you feel that like we just absolutely can't overlook, folks? Well, the principals are all quiet.
They have no highlights to share.
I would imagine that the information in these reports is so outdated from what they've been dealing with in the last few days. And they're all so tired from like trying to put this all together that they're just like, no, just end the meeting. We need to go to bed. Thank you all for your hard work. These reports are great reading, and I believe you guys have been flat out for the last week or more, and so thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome. Bill.
So I'll just get to the heart of the matter of COVID-19. I'm trying to keep the board as informed as possible with copying you on all the communication we are doing throughout our district. We have sent a letter every single day for the past 5, so we're not trying to inundate parents and community members, but we're trying to make sure that we keep people updated to this ever changing situation. Basically, what we are doing in the WCSU is we listened to the governor and the declaration of emergency on Friday, and then we heard from the governor about making sure that students were in dismissal mode by Wednesday. Today, we operated school. We emphasized that parents had the opportunity to make whatever choices they wanted for student attendance. The largest student attendance was at Leland and Gray at 51%. The lowest student attendance was at Dover at 20%. On average, we were about 38% of students attending school. Based with that information and the preparation that our teachers are preparing for continuity of learning, we made the decision as a leadership team this morning to not have students attend school tomorrow, which is allowed under the governor's declaration. Students will not be in school. They will be in dismissal mode, which means that we will still have continuity of learning. We will still have meals that will be happening. We will still have connections with our social worker and our counselors for social and emotional health. But we will not have students in the building up until April 6th at the minimum. That is a rapidly changing situation that I will continue to update the board. We are building a COVID-19 WCSU centralized website that should go live at the end of the week. It will be posted on the WCSU site. It'll be the central repository for communications out about how buildings are operating, resources for families, resources for teachers in one central location. That will be posted on the WCSU site, and it will be shared through all the normal communications of schools, through newsletters, email, Facebook posts, Front Porch Forum. If I could, I'd love to have just a couple moments to ask Principal Tebow just to kind of flesh out kind of what the preparations are happening and what kinds of things are going to be occurring for our students as we do a continuity of learning beginning on Wednesday, if that's okay.
I
Yeah,
think
cool.
you're quiet enough and far enough away that people online are having a tough time hearing you. Sorry.
I'm accused of being quiet, but.
Yeah, I know. I
mean,
just want to add a little fuel to the fire.
You and me both.
All right, well, I guess, I can come stand over here. Does that help, you think?
Come on over. Probably.
Where to begin? One of the things I said to our staff today is that obviously this is such an unusual circumstance. It's not something that any of us, either administrators or teachers, are prepared for. So it's going to feel a lot like doing your first year of teaching all over again. But in essence, what we're going to be doing here is that we have sent, we're sending home information probably either late tonight or tomorrow morning, that we're going to be moving to an almost entirely online learning environment. We surveyed our students last week and discovered that we literally have under 10 families that don't have internet access. So for those families, we'll be dealing with hard copies of things that they'll be able to pick up at the school starting on Friday. In the meantime, teachers are working on establishing a Google Classroom for each class environment and providing work through students that way. We've surveyed our staff around their knowledge of Google Classroom, and tomorrow morning we're starting at 8 a.m. with trainings by some of our more proficient users and experts for the staff that aren't experts, and that'll be right off the bat, and then we'll move into some time for them to actually begin doing that work. A lot of them have already been thinking about it and doing this. We've been talking about this for a week and a half now anyway, so their teachers are really kind of on board with what to do. Yeah, it's going to be pretty different. The other thing that I can say, I guess, which is broader than just the teaching world, but we're also committed to providing lunches and a breakfast at lunchtime for each family that wants to, that needs it. And so we're going to have pickup locations at Newbrook, at Jamaica Village School, and here at Leland and Gray. They'll hand, the families will pull up in their car, identify the kids, we'll give them a lunch and a breakfast for the next morning from 11 to 1, starting tomorrow in those 3 locations. Chris Parker's done an excellent job of laying out what that will look like. So the food will be there, the training is happening for the teachers, and the online environment will come. Do you want me to get into the working arrangements, or do you want to talk about that, or?
Yeah, sure.
We met with leaders of the association this morning to talk about how we can develop the ability for staff to work remotely, and some compliance checking on our end to make sure that we can ensure that all that's happening and the kids are getting that stuff delivered to them. But we feel pretty comfortable with what we've come up with as a solution that will allow teachers to work remotely if they so choose. There may come a time at which the building might be closed to teachers, and we're telling them in the meantime they can utilize the facilities if they wish, for internet, for copying, for whatever. But at some point that may change, and we'll know. When we do, we'll let them know. But at this point, we're going to allow them to do that, log their time, and prepare the lessons for the kids to do online.
Thank you, Bob.
So that's where we're at.
Nice. Thank you.
Happy to take any questions.
Al.
So, I love how your term that you used earlier about memorializing the budget. I think we should do the same thing after all of this happens, 2 months down the road, whenever it is.
Yeah.
What went well, what did not go well, what do we need to put in as part of our playbook. God forbid anything like this ever happens again, but there'll be emergencies where we may have the loss of building or whatever. I think this is, unfortunately, a good opportunity to see what can be done and what can't be done.
And the ability to build teacher skills for using this as an approach too is huge as far as what that can do after for expanded learning opportunities. It's really pretty cool to think about that.
Yep. Leanne, go ahead.
Is there any type of list of resources for parents of, say, essential workers who don't have the option of having a parent, students of essential workers that don't have the option of a parent at home? Will that be a resource that's provided? Is such a thing even exist in this rural area in our current climate?
So are you talking about resources for
childcare?
for childcare. So during the declaration of emergency, the governor said that he would like the school systems to play a role in that. They have yet to give guidance on what that looks like. But we are prepared. We are, we dove right into the planning of remote working. We dove right into the planning of food preparation. So once we get a little bit of guidance on that, we are game to figure it out.
Okay, I know a couple families in the area, single parent households where both parents are, where the parents are, they both work at home.
One thing I will say is since this has all began the last 2 weeks, 10 days, the amount of people contacting our principals about wanting to volunteer, wanting to help, wanting to assist has come from every single community. We're using the principals as kind of the point people because they are the ones that know their community really well. As an example, I got contacted by a group of people in Jamaica who are creating a rotational child care operation where different people are responsible on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I've had people from Wyndham and Brookline reach out to me. I've pushed them back to the principal about helping with food delivery if that becomes necessary or assisting in that nature. So those kinds of things are happening. It's not centralized right now, but I would say that if you know of anybody that needs assistance, contact the principal in the building that either the child goes to or that the community they live in. I'm finding nothing but abundance of support from neighbors looking to help. So actually I have more people looking to help than people asking for it. So please encourage them to reach out. Ken?
Also, Bill, this is a question for you. You guys met earlier this morning between 9 and 11?
Yes.
And 11 o'clock, the governor came on and was talking about, besides teachers, the paras, the custodians, all the rest of the staff.
Yeah.
What's the word I'm looking for? Support staff. That's the word. That's the one I was looking for. Your support staff.
Yes.
It says that the governor assured our informed superintendents that they're going to be put to work too.
So before the governor made that declaration, we were already planning to make sure that we were going to invest in the people that have invested in our communities. And so
our children.
We have our plans in place to everybody who wants to work. We have a role for them. We are not requiring people that would like to take sick days. Everybody has different personal situations. Right. But anybody who wants to support our continuity of learning and safety and security, social, emotional for our students, we have a role for them, and we're excited to deploy those resources.
Thank you for your fast thinking. And thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions for Bill? I continue to be amazed at the amount of work that you guys have done, you and your team and your principals, everyone, to put this together and to continue to serve our kids and our communities in this. You're to be commended. Thank you.
You did a great job.
We have a great team.
On short notice.
Yeah, and we're ahead of some other districts.
Well,
too.
and
There's no
it
way.
changes every day.
Yeah.
I mean, Friday we were going to stay open and Sunday we closed, and it's in place seamless.
Fluid
So
is the
it's
Fluid is the term. That's good.
it is
Constant change.
it is truly a test of your abilities, and right now I'd say you're passing with flying colors. So anyway, moving on. Class configuration.
So at our last meeting, the board heard of some changing demographics that are occurring in Townsend. Just as a little history, we had in Townsend this year, we had 2 teachers for 3, 4, and 5, and the 2 teachers and the principal decided that it was best to serve the Townsend students by combining the 4-5 class, which was 24 kids. And next year, we were predicted to have similar 24 kids, so we made that plan in the budget to have it staffed in that way. Since that time, we had another individual come into our current 3rd grade class, which will be next year's 4th grade class, and 2 more that are in our current 4th grade class will be returning this summer to our 5th grade class. So we now have an anticipated 27 students in the 4th and 5th with 19 students in 3rd. And so my task was to come back to the board and give you guys some thoughts about what to do, because they'll all have budgetary implications. So there are 3 options that we have identified. One is that we do not hire anybody, that we keep 2 teachers for the classrooms in Townsend, and you have 19 3rd graders and 5 4th graders in one class, and you have 5 4th graders and 17 5th graders in another class. So you'd have 2 classes. One class would have 24. Of those 24, 5 would be 4th graders, and the other class would be 22, and in that class, 5 would be 4th graders. So you have almost a 4-to-1 ratio of a combined classroom, which is not ideal for instruction and is not ideal for the students, but it is an option for the board to consider. The second option is to have a straight 3rd grade and have 27 students in one class and hire a paraeducator to support that large class. That would range anywhere from 40, well, with the new healthcare law, it could be anywhere from $45,000 to $55,000 to have a non-licensed support person for that licensed teacher. The third option is to hire a regular ed teacher and have 3 straight grades, a 3rd grade class of 19, a 4th grade class of 10, and a 5th grade class of 17, which could range anywhere from $65,000 to $85,000. Again, all of those expenses are post-budget, so they would start your deficit for next year. But you do have changing demographics from your community that you asked me to come back and give you some options. So those are the 3 options I am presenting to you and looking for feedback from you about what you would like me to do to proceed.
Can I ask a question?
Al's first, then you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Can you give the numbers again on
Sure.
the 3rd option for 3, 4, 5, number of students?
There'd be 19 students in grade 3,
Yep.
10 students in grade 4, 17 students in grade 5.
Okay. And I don't want to jump too far into the weeds, but the weighting study is starting to move in the right direction, even if it's phased in. Maybe there's the potential that this could be covered.
So the weighting study did leave Senate Ed, which is fantastic. The current timeline of the weighting study is a study to be presented to the legislature on July 1st of 2021 and a rollout of 3 years. But because it got out of the Senate, it does now go to the House Education Committee where it can be altered. If it is altered, then there's a committee of conference. So you're right, Al, it is entirely possible that the report could be due on September 1st or October 1st or November 1st, because then if the report came out before we rolled out a budget of February 2021, then yes, it could have a fiscal impact. But again, those are all unknowns that we don't know right now.
Keegan.
Thank you. I'm just curious if you're going to be looking, so for option 1, it's the reorganization. Option 2, you're looking to hire a para to support the 3rd grade teacher. And the third option is to hire a full-time classroom teacher. I'm curious, are these going to be positions that are strictly for this 1 year? Or are you looking to hire the person for long-term FTE status?
It would be a 1-year contract in either situation.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Yep.
I just had a question. I didn't catch. What was the estimated cost on option 2 and 3?
Option 2 is a para-educator.
Yep.
That is between $45,000 and $55,000. And option 3 is a classroom teacher, and that's $65,000 to $85,000.
Thanks. Dana, you have a question?
Got a room in Jamaica?
That is correct.
Yeah, I have a question.
Hang on. Okay. You had another question? Okay, who was online?
Tina.
Okay.
So Did you say we were talking about?
Could you identify yourself, full name and town of residence for the record, please?
Tina Bills, Brookline.
Thank you.
When you're talking about merging the classes, you were saying third, fourth, or fourth, fifth?
Yeah, option 2 would be to create a third, fourth, and a fourth, fifth at the same time.
Okay. My only comment was if you were going to merge classes, I think you should reconsider doing maybe the younger grades together versus the fifth grade, because the fifth grade has a whole lot to get ready for to be at Leland and Gray, which is a huge transition for them with a lot of things to get ready for. So I think it would be better to have the fifth grade to have their own class so they can really focus on what they need to know before they go to Leland and Gray.
So in developing the recommendations for the board, we did consult with the current principal and classroom teachers, as well as our director of curriculum, and came up with the idea of the more independent the older the students are, the better opportunity it would be to have combined grades of that size. But what you are suggesting was considered, but it is not our recommendation at this time.
Okay. I mean, I just know that the kids that went this year were not prepared for Leland and Gray the way, as well as they could have been, because of course they didn't know what was going to happen for one. But they definitely were not prepared the best that they could have been. So I just like to see the next class be a little more prepared than our class was.
Okay.
Al, you got a question?
Yeah, so I hear you saying this would be a one-year contract. But I don't know if we see any leveling off, or I mean, you pointed to a projection of this, we kind of dipped to the bottom and now we're possibly going up in population, so.
The second grade class, so if you look at 2 years down the road, just one, as in responding to Keegan's question, hiring for just 1 year gives us some flexibility. And the current second grade class only has 12 students. So if everything stayed equal, in 2 years, it would be 12, 19, 10. And the ability to split that into a 3-4 class and a 4-5 class, they would be under 20. It would be a little bit more manageable in that structure. So one is it's always good to hire for 1 year just because it gives us flexibility. And two, the numbers show that if things stayed consistent, it might fit into that configuration.
Based on conversation, go ahead, Kevin.
Okay, good.
No, go ahead, it's fine.
I was just gonna say, I know at Newbrook before in the past, if we had an extra large class like that, we would go with the para to help out the teacher, and it seemed to work out very well.
That's why it's one of the suggestions, is that it is a possibility for a positive outcome.
And mixing up classes too much does kind of make it harder for the teacher and the students.
I will tell you that the strong advocacy of the principal is understandably the most expensive option, but having the straight grades, kind of going back to Ms. Bill's question about having the preparation and intensity and focus on a specific grade. But we also understand the environment that we're in, and so we wanted to bring you guys some options.
May I ask another question?
Yes.
I have some fairly large classroom sizes with the current kiddos that I teach, but I've got like a 30-70 split when it comes to students within any given classroom that fall under IEP or 504 services. Without getting into specifics, based on the students and the needs that they have, would it be better for the kids based on the number of your kiddos that have those special education expectations and supports? Would hiring a full-time teacher be better for that group, or could a general ed para, in all honesty, be able to do what it is you're hoping for them to do with supporting of a general classroom teacher?
So, of course, not getting into specifics, in our discussions and analysis with the principal, all of those factors that you mentioned were taken into consideration in his recommendation for an additional teacher.
Okay, thank you.
Joe?
Yes.
This is Scotty Tomaschnik, Newbrook Elementary School Principal. I do have one specific comment on this, and I totally trust Craig and our leadership to make this decision. A few years ago, though, I made a decision about hiring a teacher, and I feel like now, in retrospect, I made it a little too early. And so the only suggestion that I would have on the subject would be that the hiring is the thing you can't undo. So if you are going to err on the side of caution, it would be to not hire and wait for a few months and just make sure that the families in question still have similar placement ideas for their kids.
Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, the goal tonight was just to bring these options to the board. The board is under no obligation to make a decision tonight. I think that they have to look at all their different options for making this task, and part of it could be to give it some time.
Yeah, I think, Bill, you know what I'm speaking about. I just think that if you can wait just a little bit more, things might change, and it might be helpful to wait.
I don't think there's too great of a risk of waiting a little bit. I just don't want the board to be surprised if we have this conversation in April and a decision is necessary.
Thanks, Bill.
Rick.
Just a real quick sort of off question. Are we in the midst of the choice?
We are.
That's why I was wondering what you've gotten so far.
We've gotten 4 requests. None of them involve this grade level. And that ends on March 31st, so that would be another opportunity to kind of close the door on that and bring it forth to the board.
Oh, I have something.
So, hang on. Dana was ahead of you.
I was just wondering on school choice if that's gonna make, you've answered my question with that.
All right.
So.
Ken?
Let's see, you threw me off my game here. Where was it?
We can come back to you.
You know,
and I know I'll remember it.
hiring timeline.
No timeline.
So what I'm hearing though is that these are the options that we have, but we don't need to give you any guidance at this point, and that it's actually probably prudent to wait until choice has played out to see which makes sense, and at that point we can revisit the recommendation of the principal and the administration and make a decision.
Yes.
Ooh, I remembered.
Oh boy!
Since this board is so happy to have committees, why don't you put a committee together to study these 3 options with some of the teachers and the principal on this committee to see what would be the best outcome.
Are you volunteering to chair that committee?
Absolutely not. I'm on 2 committees already, thank you.
I think there's your answer. Bill?
While I do think that committee work can sometimes be very helpful, I think in this situation I would ask that a committee not be created and possibly wait till our April meeting to kind of see where things stand and the board can discuss the options put before them.
I think that makes sense. Okay. Any further discussion on this? So, yes, Al.
I just wanted to say, it sounds like we've probably excluded 1, right? I don't think we need to go down that path.
The first one?
Oh, option 1?
Option 1, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, no, because after school choice, option 1 might be the option. It's just the number of students might change.
I agree that we will have a fuller picture after school choice is complete.
Okay. Then we'll take option 1.
True enough. Okay. So no action on that one. Moving along unless there's further discussion. We need, since Jennifer Dorta Duque was not reelected from Jamaica, it would be nice to have another person on the negotiations committee. Jen and I were doing it. We've had our third meeting with the WCEA. We've exchanged some proposals. We're moving along. It's probably not a huge time commitment, but there will be some additional meetings. I can bring you up to speed on where we are and what's going on and sort of not in public. But is anyone interested in serving on this committee?
I can't.
I know.
I'm just saying.
Al can't either.
Nope.
No.
So do I get it?
Oh, it's Trish.
Yes, Trish.
Hi, I would help out if you needed another set of hands.
Okay. Well, I don't think it's limited to just. I don't think it's limited to just one. I mean, you don't necessarily get it by virtue of getting the position. If you're interested, that's not how it's worked. That's not how it's worked as long as I've been on this board. If you're interested, you're certainly welcome, and we could have the three of us as well. If you just thought you were kind of stuck with it, I'm happy to have Trish, join me, and we'll finish it out.
Have Trish join.
Or you can both be on. It's really, I just don't want you to feel like you're being forced. All right, so Trish has volunteered. So I think we just need a motion to appoint Trish to the negotiations committee.
So moved.
Second.
Do you only need help from one person, or are you looking for additional?
It was just the two of us, and it's fine.
Okay.
Like I had said to Dana, I mean, if you're interested, you're welcome to join us.
We're going to make her really busy on the policy committees.
You've already volunteered for the policy committee. You're going to have plenty of stuff on your plate.
Very well, thank you.
Okay, so any discussion on that, or shall we just vote? All in favor of appointing Trish to the negotiations committee, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. Welcome, Trish. Thank you.
March 26th,
No.
6:30.
Yeah, March 26th, 6:30 is our next meeting. Okay, the next thing is the lease that Lori gave me. It is, it's really effective July 1st, 2019?
Yes.
Okay, so West River Valley Thrives has been using space in the Leland and Gray building since July 1st, 2019. All last year. But they had a lease, and apparently when the lease expired, we just never redid the lease. So we need to redo the lease. This is the same terms as before, right?
Correct.
It's $675 a month. That includes the space on level C, electricity, phone, internet, janitorial services, heat, and AC. There's AC. As well as access to the bathrooms. It's been working for over a year, but in order for West River Valley Thrives to, is it grant driven? They need to show a copy of this lease to somebody.
They do. They need
So-
to show a copy of the lease. They're going out for a 5-year grant to continue services, so
I
they need
move,
this as soon as possible.
I move the chair sign the lease.
Second.
Okay. Does anybody want to see the lease, or is there further discussion? By the way, Craig, I see you have your hand up. I'll get you right as soon as we finish the lease. And if we have to go backwards, that's okay. So, any discussion, questions on the lease for Lori, me? Want to see the lease? All right. It's been moved and seconded to approve the lease and authorize the chair to sign it. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. I'm sorry, Craig, you have your hand up. I've even unmuted you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I unmuted you.
All right, thank you.
You can unmute yourself.
Yeah, no, it was just going back to
the configuration situation, and I was trying to find a way to raise my hand for a while, and so I apologize for that. I appreciate the thought that has been given to how we can possibly give the best education to our kids. I think Tina Bills made a really nice point of getting students prepped and ready for the middle school. And going through this configuration this year, we sort of lived out the experiment, and I think we made a lot of really nice adjustments. And looking forward, as Bill mentioned, we do have some increase in population for some of the classes moving ahead, and a one-year position would certainly be the best benefit for the education of those kids, especially in 4th and 5th grade. And to Scotty's point of waiting to sort of seeing where school choice plays out, I agree with that. The caveat being that if we wait too long, again, this is sort of the season for educators to be finding new jobs and new positions. If we wait too long, we may miss out on a really good candidate. And so I would just advise the board to consider that earlier may be better. And if the difference is something like $25,000, the quality of education that those 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders will be getting for the year as a trial will be worth it. So that's just kind of my point.
Craig, so clarification. The board meets again April 13th. Are you thinking that it's your opinion that that is too long of a wait? Or are you asking the board to consider making a decision tonight, basically in the context of if nothing dramatically changes at the end of school choice, what would the board's decision be? Which way are you leaning to ask the board?
Good question. Yeah, I think waiting the month to see where school choice falls and see where those numbers fall is okay, because April 13th is still pretty good. But I would hope that we would come into maybe even leaving this meeting and say, if numbers stay the same, let's go into April 13th and hire that one-year position for the 3, 4, or 5 classroom, whichever way we want to shift. But have a better educated guess or an educated decision going into that meeting. There was no answer there, but
Well, maybe I can thread the needle here. What if I ask the board for a preliminary decision based on the results of school choice not changing dramatically what currently exists, permission to post an anticipated opening, the first week of April, so that we could collect, but then confirm on April 13th of the board's confirmation of that earlier decision. That would allow you to collect for about a week and a half prior, but wouldn't put the board in any bind in case they wanted to decide on the 13th that that's not the direction they wanted to go.
Yeah, I would appreciate that very much. That gives us a lot of leverage, the ability to get the resumes in, find a qualified candidate. If it doesn't work out and the board decides to go a different way, we can just cancel it because it's anticipated. But if they approve, we can go right into the hiring process. I believe that's the best way. Thanks, Bill.
All right, so what I hear you saying, Principal Roach, is you're asking the board to consider making a recommendation tonight to me to move forward on the option to post a one-year professional position. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay. All right, Joe, Chair.
Okay.
I am asking the board to consider that.
All right. I have another hand. Chris. Now you have to unmute yourself.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I found the raise your hand. I just wanted clarification on school choice because in the last 2 meetings, it was stated and televised that school choice was not open for those 2 grades.
You mean the class size?
Yes.
Well, we're accepting applications, but I haven't made any decisions yet because I don't know what the configuration of the class is. If there are 3 teachers in grades 3, 4, and 5, then obviously there's going to be room in those classes if there's only 10 in a class.
Right, and I just wonder if people were confused by the way it was presented, that they may have thought that they couldn't apply for that if they wanted to.
I've received not applications, but inquiries about those specific grades, so I'm pretty sure people, if they were interested, at least asked for clarification.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so moving backwards just a little bit, we've had the request from both the principal and the superintendent now to at least give a preliminary recommendation, you know, all things being equal, option 1, option 2, or option 3, so that when choice does close, things can move ahead, you know, with the process, with the hiring process. So, thoughts on that? Al?
I'll make that motion on option 3.
Can I ask? I'm so sorry.
One sec.
No, he's asking for a full-time position. He didn't say which position.
Okay, so your motion is to hire the full-time teacher.
Which I think, Craig, was that what you were advocating for? I'm trying to understand that.
Yes, I was advocating for a full-time teacher.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got a motion. Is there a second?
No second? I'll make a motion to go with the second option, which is to post for a para. There's no second. We move on.
Well, there was another person ahead of you that wanted to speak, but I wouldn't let her because there was a motion on the floor. Now there's no second, so it died.
They should have been here.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering, has it been considered, or would it even be an option to look at the current teaching staff you have within the entire SU and reassigning a teacher from a different building to kind of take on this particular role within the school, or would that not be an option?
No, that was considered. There just aren't any extra teachers in which we could move and not have the same situation where we would need to have a consideration of hiring a teacher.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I'm happy to be the second to the motion that died a few minutes ago. Or does it have to become a motion?
I will
I think
temporarily
why don't you
withdraw my motion.
Why don't you remake the motion, Keegan?
I'll remake the motion that we consider as a board a one-year teaching position for grades 3, 4, and 5.
All right. Is there a second?
I will gladly second.
All right. Now there's a second. Thank you. Okay. Discussion on that, folks?
If we find, I have. Do you have any hands up on your screen there?
No.
All right, my hand's up and I'm live here. May I have the floor with you? Okay, so what I think is that in the past we have had we have a lot of good paras in our employees now, and special education paras. That there's more of them out there in the world. We've even let a few go. That it would be possible for us to post a different position other than hiring a teacher and get the same quality in that classroom for $20,000 cheaper. Or excuse me, could be $40,000 cheaper.
Can I offer a thought about that?
Sure.
So While I understand the need and our desire collectively to be fiscally responsible, I think if you have 27 kids in a classroom, 2 adults is not nearly sufficient to meet the needs of almost 30 kids, especially if some of those needs are going to be fairly significant based on the student population within the classroom. So I would just be cautious of relying upon para support to support a classroom teacher. But that's just me.
Thanks.
Any? If no one's got their hand up on your screen.
No, I was actually looking at live
That's
on
okay.
this end of the table.
Go ahead. You
I-
keep
I
looking
don't-
that way. If you
I
see
don't
a
have
hand,
any.
let me know.
Any? You got any? What do you got, Ken?
I'm just recalling the days before declining enrollment when our classrooms all had that many students in them with one teacher and one teacher alone. Just pointing that out.
I understand and I hear you. It's been my experience that the needs of our students today is a lot different than they used to be.
Am I that old?
Not necessarily.
Yes, I am.
Alrighty.
It's okay.
Craig, I see your hand. This is great. I'm unmuting you. I'm unmuting you, Craig, but it doesn't want to take.
Unmuting.
How about now?
There you go.
Yeah, no, I agree with the sentiment that was just said, is that there is one certified professional that can teach a classroom, and of 27, that's going to be really difficult. The tutors and aides that I have run into in my educational career have been fantastic, and they care about kids, but they're not specifically qualified to teach the instruction of Tier 1, especially at the education that we're really trying to achieve here as part of our goals. And if we are looking to achieve, or if we're looking to grow the education and the achievement of our kids, having another qualified teacher provide that Tier 1 instruction is going to be the best benefit. And some of the best tutors could do it. They just probably can't, and we shouldn't rely on that to provide them with the education when we can get a certified teacher.
Thanks. Al.
So I would just say that in having worked with Craig for several years, I would say he's very fiscally prudent. He doesn't ever ask for anything unless he needs it. I'm glad that he has advocated for this, and if he have, I fully believe that it's necessary and vital for the appropriate education of at Townsend Elementary.
Okay. Lindsay, go ahead.
So I just wanted to say that being especially that we had a lot of comments in the school choice survey regarding the huge jump in class sizes and how that was going. I can't actually see it going well at all to have 27 kids in a classroom, whether you add a para or not, just based on how the community has already responded to class sizes at Townsend. So I guess that being said, I'm on board with the classroom teacher.
Thank you. Craig, go ahead. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
There you go.
No, I just wanted to thank Lindsay for bringing that point up, because the last meeting we did review that, and that really was a strong opinion of people. And if we can help alleviate and give people what they wanted for school choice and improve education, I think that's the way to go. So I just wanted to thank Lindsay for bringing that back up.
One clarification?
Sure, Ken.
Is there enough room in the Townsend building for another full classroom?
Yes, we actually have a whole other classroom waiting to be used.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is it safe? Fire safety safe, approved.
Yes.
No.
Just checking.
All right, any further discussion, or are we ready to vote? All right, all in favor of posting the, what was the tentative?
1 year
1 year
upper elementary position.
anticipated, that was the word,
Thank you.
position. Thank you. Please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Gotta count them, buddy.
Yeah, we're gonna have to count them. On the online, you want to just type you can type your message.
Well,
nay.
so I read the digital open meeting law. They have to identify themselves and say it one at a time.
All right, Trish.
Trish Scott, aye.
Lindsay.
Aye.
Howie. Howie appears to. Oh no, there he is. Howie. He's on the computer.
Can he wave? Can he?
You can chat.
Actually, he has to do it. He has to do it orally.
Howie.
It has to be heard by.
You have to orally vote yay or nay on the classroom teacher. I've unmuted your mic. Talk to us. Okay. Well, we have the other two. We'll wait and see if Howie goes in. Then we have
you have Keegan on mine.
Keegan. I'm sorry, I forgot you.
That's okay. Aye.
Okay. The rest of the ayes.
Tina Bills, aye.
You're not on the board, Tina, but nice try.
Aye.
Howie, you have to actually say it according to meeting law. We have to hear you. I see you typed it. Oh, your mic doesn't work. He says his mic doesn't work, but he's typed I twice.
Have them call it in.
Here, you want to give him my cell phone number?
Yeah, call the cell.
Call
here.
802.
If you can. Otherwise, I think we might be okay. So there's the nays are 2, 4. Leanne?
I was an aye.
Okay. So we have 4 nays and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ayes without Howie's vote.
And the chair doesn't have to vote. Well,
That is
you
with the
can
chair
vote to
voting.
break or make a tie.
That is with the chair voting.
You voted.
I have voted to break the tie 4-4.
Okay.
Well, Howie's an aye, but we can't count him until we hear him. 802, he wants the number. Hang on, Howie.
Now the world knows my cell phone number.
Thank you. I'm texting it to him privately. We're not broadcasting it.
Well, it's on.
There should be 11, right?
I'm not against the position.
Can we edit that out?
Yes. Nope. Oh, yeah, there's 4 on it.
Austin, buddy. Edit me out.
There's 10. Yeah,
If it comes with no problems, we'll figure something. I'll trade it.
I have 6. We gotta wait for Howie to go.
Okay.
Yeah. No, well,
Who do we gotta wait for?
Well, we gotta wait for Howie.
Because he's trying to vote, and that's the 10th. You know what I mean? So you need 6 if you have 10.
If we don't hear from Howie in 2 minutes, we need to move on, then I suggest we table this.
Hi, Howie. Howie? Okay, why can't I hear you now?
Speak it.
I got it on.
Oh, okay, you're done. So
Howie?
Is your volume muted way down?
Howie? Wow, I can't hear you on the phone either, Howie.
Well, actually,
It's gotta be 5-4 then. You can't count it.
it's 5-4. Yeah. So it's still.
Calling him.
Okay, let's try this. I'd really like to hear from
I would too. But without him, it's fun.
Howie?
Yes.
Yeah. Because he knows the answer in advance.
Yes, sir. Oh! Hi. One more try here, and then we just go forward with 5-4.
They put scanners in here for cell phones, like to jam them.
Mine's worked here before.
Yeah, mine worked.
Yeah, mine's worked here before.